Chat, are you ready for the ending of this game? It's not gonna happen today because I'm sure this is gonna be quite a doozy. But are you ready for the start? The beginning of the end. I'm not ready, I'm not ready, I'm not ready, bro, I'm not ready. Oh my god. I am so excited. I am... I don't want it to be over either. I'm like kind of sad that the journey's coming to an end in the next couple days. But you know what, chat? You know what? These next couple days are gonna be some of the best damn days on this channel in history. Oh. Joy-Con says no. They're gonna be some of the best damn days. I'm telling you. This is going to be legendary moments on stream. Absolutely legendary moments. Oh. All right, I'm switching Joy-Cons already, so I don't have to deal with anything. Look, 2 full Joy-Cons, no disconnection issues. I got my shit sorted. Whew. It's gonna be a long one today, folks. It's gonna be a long one. I'm gonna go for as long as my voice can hold out. The length of this stream depends on my voice. So let's hope it's okay. I guess it also depends on my level of hunger. That too. That'll be a problem for later, Crystal, to solve. But... oh, I am very excited. I hate these things on dresses, man. The little invisible straps that they put on dresses to hang them up. Anyway, that was a tangent. I just hate them. Should cut it off. Anyway. So much happened yesterday that I'm gonna be honest. After getting off stream, it wasn't enough time for me to fully digest all of the shit that happened at the end of yesterday's case. I haven't quite gotten enough time to sit on it. So my theories are just kind of like shot. For the first time ever, I feel like my brain was running full speed in this game, and at the end of the case yesterday, it just like slammed into a wall at full force. And I'm just like hit with recoil, and I don't know what to think anymore. Like, that's the best analogy that I could possibly give for what happened to my brain. It's shot. I can't think of any theories anymore. I'm done. Like, all I can tell you right now is that Lord Strongheart, he's going down, bitch. He's going down. Yeah, we're gonna take down that bitch. That's all I can tell you. I don't know how we're gonna do it, but we're gonna take him down. Yeah. Heck yeah. Oh, Happy Barrack is in my wallpaper engine. No, I haven't done it yet, actually. I did not. Yeah, but the game broke my crystal theory. Exactly. That's exactly what happened. I mean, okay, I still have my running theories from before my brain crashed into a wall at full speed. So we still have my brain from before, which means we're taking down Lord Strongheart. I think that he's the person directly that shot the professor on that night. I don't think it was somebody else. I think it was actually Strongheart in the graveyard in the cemetery that night that shot him directly. I think that Gregson is a good bean. I do think that I have always thought that. I thought that the important cases that he's working on is directly under Lord Strongheart, yes, but I think he's conniving against him, not doing stuff for him. So I think on the surface, Strongheart thinks that he's carrying out the Reaper stuff for him, but I think that Gregson has been trying to find a way to like get at Strongheart behind the scenes. So I do think that Gregson Goodbean was Goodbean. I've always thought that, though. That never changed. I've always thought that he was involved in the Reaper cases, but... the Giselle Brett reveal definitely got me. As, like, she's the assassin carrying it out. It would also make sense as to why she had to die. Because if we're trying to clean up all this professor mess and the people on the hit list were involved, well... But you know where Strongheart went wrong? You know where Strongheart went wrong? He never factored in the two most incredible people in the world. He never factored that the bane, not the bane of his existence, his downfall would be at the hands of Mr. Sholmes and Professor Mikatoba, the two partners taking him down. And of course, Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Of course, me too. But like, he should have put Sholmes and Mikatoba on that list, just saying. They're fucking him. Ooh, okay. I'm really excited for where this case is about to go. I don't know how the play out of events is going to happen, but all I know is that I am hella excited to take down Strongheart. I'm very excited. Oh. Am I ready? No, I'm not really ready. But I have to be. I have to be ready. The final case. It starts here. Oh my god. All right, I'm ready. I'm ready. The final chapter. The resolve of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. It all comes together. (9:14 a.m. November 3rd. So, the time has finally come. Today, we unravel everything. I'll be counting on your support more than ever today, Miss Sasato. Oh god, she said. Miss Sasato? Sure, just take out your feelings on me. Okay. What's the matter, Mr. Naruhodo? Nothing. I was just saying that I'll be relying on your support today. I'm so sorry. Of course, I know I can be rather incompetent at times, but I shan't let you down. Okay. Would you mind helping me to my feet? I'm really very sorry. Okay. Thank you. Susanoo-san isn't her usual self at all. That's hardly surprising, I suppose. She's just found out that her father is the partner of a world-famous detective. Not to mention... good morning, sir! Ah, yeah, buddy! Hey. Thank you for all your efforts yesterday. Did I hear that correctly? He just thanked me? He thanked me. We're starting off good today. I'm gonna cry. We just started. What? No, nothing. I hope we can clear things up today. I really can't make this man out. His face says I hate you, but his words are almost jovial today. In fact, he hasn't been very Reaper-like at all since this all began yesterday. Lord Van Zeeks isn't the Reaper, Mr. Naruhodo. Good point. The Reaper, I suppose in hindsight. I shouldn't have allowed that misconception to go unchallenged. Huh? It was my tacit acceptance of that pseudonym. My failure to stop the Reaper becoming something more than a mere legend that led to all of this.
But you're not to blame for that, Lord Van Zeeks. It's only because serious crime in the capital dropped off so sharply when the public started calling you that. That's why you didn't say anything, isn't it?
To be frank, I'm not sure that was the sole reason.
What do you mean?
There was a rumor at the time that the Reaper was really the ghost of my late brother. That having been slain by that evil killer, Clint's restless spirit returned as some sort of demigod. To wield the deadly blade of justice, where I, by dint of the law, could not.
Yeah, we've heard that story too.
When I lost him... Oh. I love this music. Oh, I'm gonna cry. I felt as though I'd lost my guiding light. I didn't know where to go or what to do. And so, in some small way, I wonder if perhaps those rumors made me feel his absence a little less keenly. Aww. Even if I knew it was just an illusion, just some nonsense conjured up by an imaginative public.
He was obviously extremely important to you. Lord Clint Van Zeeks.
What's important now is uncovering the truth. That's all that matters. I know that you didn't take anyone's life. And I intend to prove that beyond a shadow of a doubt in court today. I never thought I'd say this, but I can see it in your eyes, that burning desire to cut through all the lies and deception. I can't deny it any longer. You are a lawyer of absolute integrity. I'm gonna fucking cry, bro. Oh my god. Thank you. The character development. I love to see character development. I'm gonna fucking cry. Now tell me, why do I detect the scent of expensive tea leaves in the air? Oh, Iris, when did you get here?
I brought you one of my special blends. Hurley loves it. He says it helps him clear his head.
I thank you.
Oh.
That's surely the first and last time I'll ever see a sight like this. Oh my god. You seem different today, Iris. Sort of subdued, I suppose.
I am not.
What happened yesterday is obviously still playing on her mind a lot. She's clearly very troubled about having stolen that autopsy report from Dr. Sid's laboratory.
All right then, good luck to you both. I have to make a move now.
You're not staying? I thought you'd want to watch today's proceedings.
Well, I'd like to cheer you on, obviously. But I've got lots to get ready.
Get ready for what?
Oh, yes. Would you take this?
Why is that bunny dressed up as Sholmes? Isn't that one of the little felt dolls that's usually dangling from your knapsack?
Yes, it's a lucky charm. A little Hurley that I once made.
Aww. A Hurley. It looks more like a Hairley to me. Oh my god.
If for some reason you completely run out of options in the trial today, then just pull this little Hurley's ears as hard as you possibly can.
What? Pull his ears?
That's right. In a way, to bring good luck. I think you might need it.
Does it like oh my god, is this like a summon Sholmes lucky charm? If I pull the ears, does he just appear? If I'm like out of options, I pull the ears and Sholmes is just like, boop, I have evidence for you. I'm like, it's a summoning ritual.
You think what we'll need is luck? I just sneaked a peek inside the courtroom. And it seems very different to normal.
Yes, it would seem that a certain someone has decided to pull out all the stops. Oh my god, is Strongheart in here? Oh my god. Please don't tell me we walk into that courtroom and Strongheart is like on the prosecution side himself. Oh my god. I am going to shit myself.
What about Mr. Sholmes, Iris? I don't know. He was out all night and he hadn't come home by the time I left this morning.
He went on a date with Mikatoba, I'm sure. Just let them be gay, it's fine. Was Professor Mikatoba out all night too, do you think, Mrs. Otto? Yes, it would seem so. Yeah, they doing shit. It would seem so. I telegrammed the hotel this morning. And apparently they didn't come back to their rooms last night at all. You know what happened. We all know what happened. Father and Judge Jigoku. Oh, wait, is it a threesome? Oh god. Oh Jesus. No, nah, I don't believe it. I think Judge Jigoku's out doing something different. That's right. Nobody appears to have seen either of them since yesterday. Counsel for the defense and the defendant. Court is about to be in session. Please make your way inside the courtroom at once. Oh my god. I am going to... I'm gonna shit myself.
Good luck then, Runo. Good luck, Susie.
Thanks, Iris.
And you, Mr. Reaper. I hope it goes well.
Once again, I thank you for the delicious tea. It was very soothing.
Oh, I'm so glad.
We must go inside now, Lord Van Zeeks. Lord Van Zeeks has always been the formidable prosecutor I've had to lock horns with in court. But not today. Today, I battle with another in pursuit of the truth. My best friend, Kazuma Asagi, who I trust more than anyone else in the world. But he's gonna be standing alongside Lord Strongheart, I bet, on the prosecution table. Now I understand what it was that drew me here to Britain all those months ago. Now I know exactly what destiny had in store for me. It's all been leading up to this one day, this one trial, to this one final reckoning. I'm terrified. I want out of this black screen already. Oh, no Lord Strongheart? No judge. Where's the judge? Feels even more oppressive here than it did yesterday. There are cold stares piercing me like knives from all sides. Mr. Naruto, look! Ah! It's worse! Oh god, it's worse! He's the judge! Oh! You can't do that! You can't do that! Oh! Kazuma must have known beforehand. I'm gonna shit myself.
The ramifications of this trial now extend far beyond the murder of one Scotland Yard inspector. In fact, even events have come to light that threaten to rock the very foundations of our country's legal system. The escape of a condemned criminal on the night of his execution, the subsequent unlawful shooting of the man, and the revelation that prison staff must have been complicit in the jailbreak. Britain is currently hosting influential members of the judiciary from countries all around the world. It is imperative that we uncover the truth in these proceedings to avoid international embarrassment. By royal decree, this will continue to be a closed trial. But wait, this is so... How does this work, bruh? We literally want to accuse him. But he's the judge. Can you do that? Can you accuse a judge? I don't think that's possible. One over which I, male Strongheart, exercise total and unequivocal authority. The six jurors' flames just... As it was the case in yesterday's proceedings, those here present in the public gallery are distinguished members of our judiciary, assembled to bear witness to a fair judicial process. In other words, a collection of your acolytes, Lord Strongheart. On a personal note, I find this most distressing, Lord Van Zeeks. You are a prosecutor of exceptional talent. Much like your brother, Clint, in fact. Ooh, that's a low card. Oh. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session. For the trial of Beric von Zeeks, who officially stands accused of murder. Counsels for the prosecution and defense, are you in full readiness to proceed? Good music. The defense is ready, my lord. As is the prosecution. Yesterday's proceedings brought to light a shocking and disturbing fact. There was a side to the victim, Inspector Tobias Gregson, that was unknown to his superiors at Scotland Yard. Yes, he was carrying out operations in secret, which Scotland Yard knew nothing about. And in those clandestine operations, he had an accomplice. Mr. Daily Vigil, who would be given the inspector's identification and present himself around the capital in order to establish credible alibis for Gregson. And that way, Gregson appeared to be carrying out his regular Scotland Yard work when in fact he wasn't. At the end of yesterday's session, Mr. Vigil, who had been suffering from amnesia, regained his memory. It would appear he buried his memories of the time deep inside himself as a means of self-preservation. Because whilst he was engaged as chief warder at Barclay Prison, he abetted the convict's escape. Mr. Vigil is currently recuperating at St. Sinner's. He's recovered enough to give a signed statement about his movements on the day prior to the incident. He's formally admitted to posing as Gregson whilst investigating the Red-Headed League. Thank you so much, Annie, for the 3 months. I appreciate it. Which brings us to the crucial issue of the victim's time of death. The defense yesterday proposed a suggestion that the victim may have been killed one day earlier. This was based largely on the discovery that the victim's pocket watch had not been wound. The prosecution has something to report on that subject, my lord. Really? Go ahead, Prosecutor Asagi. I met once again with the coroner yesterday to discuss the issue. She confirmed that the defense's suggestion could not be ruled out. It's entirely possible that Inspector Gregson was killed on October 31st, the day before his body was discovered. I have here an updated autopsy report that includes the amended details. But the official opinion of the investigation team was made clear yesterday. That the time of death was 5 p.m. on the 1st of November. Dude, that angry look from Male Strongheart. I am dying inside. I feel like my soul is leaving my body. There are indications of an attempt to disguise the real time of death, however. It seems that the natural decaying process of the victim's body may have been slowed by keeping it chilled. That's out of the question. There are no refrigeration devices in that part of London large enough to accommodate a human corpse. My lord, this is more than just conjecture. There's evidence to support the idea. We must investigate it thoroughly. Very well. The court will accept the new report as evidence. However, if this updated report is deemed to be accurate, it would give renewed significance to the movements of the victim on the day before the Fresno Street incident. It would, yes, especially since on that day, Inspector Gregson was using Mr. Vigil to cover up his real movements. It's conceivable that he was killed in the course of his secret activities. Do I sense that the prosecution has some information regarding those activities? Scotland Yard put an enormous effort into investigating that precise matter yesterday. I think we should begin by presenting the results of that investigation work. So the prosecution calls its first witness now. All right, Gina. Good start. Also, a note for mods. Who's here? Alan, you're the only one that's here. If modding the chat is ever too much, like if there's a lot of messages that you're deleting or timing out and stuff, feel free to go in emote only mode if it's ever like too overbearing. Emote only mode is good for like temporary stuff if it's ever just too much with people being bad. We might have to do that a couple times today to keep people shut up. It's at your discretion, feel free to. One more thing I'm gonna do on my end. Okay. Okay, oh god, I lost my train of thought. I was gonna do something. I got distracted. Okay, whatever. State your name and occupation for the court. Inspector Gina Lestrade reporting. Representative of Scotland Yard. A self-conferred rank, but never mind. Gina, again? What's your problem, Odo? What's with that Gina? Again? Yeah, look, eh? The boss meant the world to me. He done more for me than anyone else ever did. Oh, Inspector Gregson, you mean? He got me out the back slums of the East End. He took me under his wing. Taught me that life can have a purpose. So that's why I'm the best person to be standing here speaking for him. Oh. Right, all out of the goodness of Gregson's heart. Not at all that he had his arm twisted by Mr. Sholmes. No. What's relevant to these proceedings is that the outcome of Scotland Yard's investigations yesterday has revealed that the victim was carrying out some assignment that police knew nothing about. Very troubling. Okay, hold on. Did we actually get that report already? Okay, this was updated yesterday. We got the indeterminate. Evidence suggests measures may have been taken to disguise the time of death. Victim was shot in the chest at close range from the front, resulting in instant death. Scorch marks at point of entry. Bullet exited the body from behind. Okay, this is the same as before. One thing I want to remember, though, is... I have to remember what we have. Oh, we never opened the box, did we? Last will and testament. All material possessions and wealth belonging to me in London will be delivered to my son, Cosmo Asangi. Right, we got this yesterday. Okay. We never looked at this. Okay, scratch on it. Have you seen this huge gash across the side of the trunk here? It's gone right through the letter into the metal behind. Gosh, for a metal chest like this have been so badly damaged. Whatever made the gash must have struck the side of the trunk with considerable force. I wonder how it happened. That'll be relevant later. Oh no. Look at this dark stain here. Do you think? I'm afraid so. I think it's blood. I knew you were going to say that, so that presumably means this was present at the scene when Inspector Gregson was killed. Ah, that's the most logical conclusion, yeah. To think Gina's been carrying this around with her. If you didn't know any better, I suppose it does look like a grease stain from all the fish and chips. I feel like a grease stain is very different than a blood stain, but okay. Let's have a look inside. Is that a... Oh my god. Look, there's something inside. Let's see. It appears to be a passport authorizing him to travel overseas. Was Inspector Gregson about to go on a trip abroad? Yeah, he was stationed in France. Perhaps the date of departure might tell us something. That was... Really? October 31st. It was issued for travel to France. Okay, so that was his France. He was... Wait. But he was... We know that he was being stationed, put into France. By his discretion, he probably forced that to happen, I bet, to escape. He knew he was dead. But why then? He knew something was up. Gregson went to France the day before his body was discovered? Wait, what the fuck? This is... Okay. Is that all there is in here to look at? We know that the circumstances were unusual. Oh, that's a tip of a knife. Wait, oh, wait. I just saw that. Do you see that? There's something stuck in the side of the trunk there. It's glinting. Looks like a fragment of metal of some sort, but it's wedged in so tightly I can't remove it. Nah, don't cut yourself. You'd better leave it, I think. Wait, why? Oh, that's gonna be relevant for later, and they didn't update it now. Lame. Okay, we have to remember that nothing happened out of that yet, but we're gonna have to come back to it later. So, Tobias Gregson, passport number, date of departure, within 1 week from October 1st. Wait, destination. Oh, he was going to. For police business, notes, permission for the applicant, and one additional person to travel, which we know is Gina. He was gonna take Gina, because he was concerned about her life as well. Holy shit, we have so much evidence. We have 3 full pages of shit. Should we pull the ears now? It's a summon. I'm telling you, this is gonna summon Sholmes. If we pull the ears, it's gonna summon him. What a charming little rabbity version of Mr. Sholmes.
Do you suppose that this is how Iris sees him? Are you all right, Mr. Naruhodo? Your eyes are veritably boring into the poor doll's ears. Oh, sorry, I was just wondering. What do you suppose would happen if I were to tug its ears with all my might right now? I'm sure that we'll find out when the time is right. To become a proper gentleman, you really must learn stoic patience. But I want to know! I'm with him! I want to know now! It's a summoning ritual, I tell you! I'm telling ya! That's exactly what that is. Alright, this is perplexing. So, Clint Van Zeek's autopsy report. So let me remember the scene right. It's been a bit. Reaper kills 16 members, or no, sorry, not the Reaper. Professor, quote unquote, kills 5 members of the aristocracy, which I'm presuming to be the case of the Hound of the Baskervilles. Professor gets charged with the murders of 5 aristocracy members. Clint is the last one of the 5. And And Clint was the only one that was like how they deem as a good person who didn't deserve to die. The others were like a menace to society, as they so put it. And so it all seemed like murders that did good more than bad for the society. I also have to remember that it was Genshin Asagi himself that said he did take a human life. Now, he might just be feeling bad or guilty about Clint's death, but he definitely didn't do it himself. And Clint, in the autopsy report, if I recall, he got stabbed. I'll read it in a second, I'm just remembering. But the professor died via gunshot. We have, if I recall, Van Zeek's Barrick told us that Genshin Asagi protected Barrick. So it caused confliction in him. So at some point in time, the professor protected Barrick's life. Could it be the same people that threatened Barrick's life before the Crystal Tower case, I'm wondering? The same criminal organization. Might be related. I don't know. That's still 10 years of difference. That's a big difference. So maybe not. I'm just trying to remember all of this. So Clint died May 31st between 9 p.m. and midnight. Death from a single stab wound directly to the heart. Other superficial external wounds indicative of a duel. Additional notes, recent scarlet ink stains visible on the little and ring. Wait, okay. Scarlet ink stains visible on the little and ring fingers of the right hand. But no document in corresponding ink was found. Vital evidence recovered from the victim's stomach during autopsy. Credit to Inspector Gregson for petitioning drugs like autopsy general. No internal trauma noted anywhere on the body. Okay. Did a recap. Okay. Brain needed to remember as many details as I could. So this is all we have. Oh wait, where's my serotonin for the day? Aww, no, so cute. Okay. Okay, very troubling. Lord Strongheart, no! So, Inspector Lestrade. Sorry, he knew what? I took a break at a very bad time. Oh, right. Okay, never mind. Let's hear exactly what it says in that report. The updated autopsy report. He knew that he died the day before. Okay. Gina's so cute. The victim's movements.
All yard detectives are supposed to follow orders and investigate what they're told. But a little search of the boss's office turned up a notebook that had a load of secret meetings in it. According to that, the boss was looking into some smuggled goods dealings that day. Looks like it was a big job and all, but the coppers weren't in on it yet. Weren't onto it yet. What matters most is there's witnesses what saw the Reaper at the place too. Gina, I know you have a grudge, but like Barrick is innocent. Girl, please. Smuggled goods. I don't know, do I? I'm just telling you what was written in the book.
Tobacco, tea, spices, medicines, goods of all sorts flow into London by illegal channels from across the globe. It's well known that they're disposed of at irregular black markets that take place in the capital. But the police are rarely able to locate them in time. So Inspector Gregson was investigating one of those black markets. It's been suggested that high-ranking government officials may be involved in black market activity. Oh my god, hi Ryder. No doubt Gregson was trying to avoid details of his investigations being leaked to the involved parties. That would explain why he was operating on his own authority without the Yard's knowledge. And do we know where the dealings were taking place at this time? In a particular room of a certain exclusive London gentleman's club, and on the day in question, the accused is known to have been there. That's the conclusion of Scotland Yard's investigation into the matter. We haven't heard anything about this. Members of the club have testified to it. There's no question. The accused, Barrick von Zieks, was present. That would be very significant testimony then. Lord Van Zieks has made no mention of this at all. In short, Lord Van Zieks had ample opportunity to murder the victim. Whoa. I just realized, is that a unicorn? Very well done, counsel, for the events we give you a cross-examination. He doesn't have a hammer, he has a unicorn. Oh.
All yard detectives are supposed to follow orders and investigate what they're told.
Hold it!
So, you follow orders, do you, Gina? Nah, not me. I'm above all that, see? I'm above the orders.
Oh.
The boss always had special orders for me. Grab us some fish and chips, or go and give Toby his grub, that kind of thing.
So errands more than orders then. This detective is still an apprentice after all.
Yeah, well, this apprentice ain't one to sit around and wait to be told what to do, even by the boss. That's why I've been doing my own investigations into what happened. I didn't find much at first. A little search of the boss's office turned up a notebook that had a load of secret meetings in it.
Hold it!
So you went through Inspector Gregson's things?
Yup, as part of the independent Lestrade investigation.
Oh god. I'm sure your superiors would be delighted that you're taking the initiative.
So I snuck into his office when no one else was around. Because if anyone at the yard had seen me going in there, they'd have tossed me straight out of the street.
This has sounded less and less like an investigation and more like something else. The prosecution understands that it was this very detective who discovered the notebook.
You got that right. Nothing gets past Inspector Lestrade and her trusty assistant, Chief Inspector Toby. We found it hidden in one of his desk drawers that had a false bottom.
That's impressive.
So when I went to hide myself where no one could find me, so I could have a butcher's at what was written in it. Because if anyone at the yard had found me out, they'd have turned me straight out onto the street. Ah, Gina! Gina! I've given it now though, ain't I? It's so cute because she's like legit so proud. She's so proud about all of this. She doesn't even know what she's doing.
She's so fucking cute.
I'm giving it now though, ain't I? And if it wasn't for me, it would have never been found. According to that, the boss was looking into some smuggled goods dealings that day.
Hold it!
Do you have any idea where those dealings were taking place?
Yup. It was all there in the boss's notes. Let's see if I can remember.
As I already said, the illegal dealings were due to take place at a gentleman's club. Yes, I remember, but I was hoping to find out the name of the club. That won't be necessary. What? It's conceivable that the club might be used again by the smugglers in the future. Therefore, the prosecution has been asked not to reveal the name in these proceedings. Not been asked to reveal? Okay, so this is another, like, Lord Strongheart said no? Okay.
I don't know what all the fuss is about. It's right here. All I gotta do is read it out. And I could too. I've got this reading game buttoned up now. Can't I show you what I can do? Go on, what's the on?
The judge hasn't signaled his objection yet. I could try to find out. What should I do? Insist. This is a closed court. The proceedings are confidential. There shouldn't be any possibility of the information being leaked. As I explained, there is some possibility of politicians being involved in this affair. The prosecution is rightfully exercising caution, I imagine. No, my lord. The prosecution has no objection.
Ha! Ah! Ticked him off! Take that, buddy!
Cosma. There's no question that Inspector Gregson was looking into these black market dealings, however. It's not yet been established that he was on that particular trial on the day in question. If the defense requires to know the club's name, the prosecution has no intention of being obstructive. Fuck you, Lord Strongheart, is basically what Cosma just said.
He's speechless! Get fucked, kid! Right then. I get to show off me reading skills.
Aw, Gina,
She's so cute! Apparently, the smuggled goods deal was gonna happen at a gentleman's club called the Grues.
Hold it!
the Grues. What sort of club is that?
I ain't got the foggiest. Clubs ain't exactly my thing. But I am kind of curious.
No, it's okay, Gina. No. It's good. It's good. It's good. They're not places where a foreign student like you would be readily admitted. Have you looked in the mirror recently?
I tell you what. Me and Chief Inspector Toby could go undercover.
Oh, God. Could you, though?
I could pick out a few good marks and see what else I could find out while I was in there. Thank you so much, Hazard, for the 6-month race. I really appreciate it.
I really don't think that you should go picking out anything. Anyway, that's where these black market dealings were going to take place, is it?
Yeah, it's gotta be. That's what the lower-ranking detectives at the yard reckon.
Says the even lower-ranking detective.
Looks like it was a big job and all, but the coppers weren't onto it yet.
Hold it!
So, how had Inspector Gregson come to find out about it in that case?
That's the question, ain't it? But I'm just an apprentice, so...
And why didn't he inform Scotland Yard of his findings?
Yeah, that's what I was asking myself, because, you know, I'm just an apprentice.
When it suits you, yeah.
Anyway, the point is, something went on in that club, no question.
You can't say that for certain, though, surely.
What matters most is there's witnesses what saw the Reaper at the place too.
Hold it!
Lord Van Zeeks was at the club? He was. Detectives who visited the club yesterday to make inquiries have confirmed it. Several members report having seen the accused being admitted to the room in question as a guest. It looks like there's no disputing that he was there then. Well, we know that Lord Van Zeeks was investigating Inspector Gregson, don't we? Perhaps he'd already discovered the inspector's secret notebook. Which led him to the club, you mean? Maybe. Presumably then, there are also eyewitnesses who can testify that Gregson was there. None have been identified at this time, no. So, the all-important victim wasn't seen at this mysterious club.
Oi! Why ain't you asking the Inspector Lestrade here, eh?
So that's all I've got to work with? Gina's not holding back with that ice-cold stare of hers, is she? I love her. I really don't know what to make of all of this. Lord Van Zeeks told us that he was investigating Inspector Gregson, but he never once mentioned that he met the inspector the day before the incident. You don't think Lord Van Zeeks could have been lying to us, do you? No, that's not the only way to explain this. If everything Lord Van Zeeks has told us is true, then there must be a mistake in this testimony somewhere. You mean there are details we've yet to uncover? Exactly. A clue, perhaps, that even Gina hasn't noticed. That's what we should be looking for here. Oh God. I'm thinking back to Lord Van Zeeks' testimony. The notebook in question. I hate to say it. I wonder if, should I question the reading skills? All yard detectives are supposed to follow orders and investigate what they're told. A little search of the boss's office turned up a notebook that had a load of secret meetings. Apparently the smuggled goods deal was gonna happen at a gentleman's club. Looks like it was a big job and all, but the coppers weren't onto it yet. I genuinely don't remember what Barrick von Zeek said. I'm trying to rack my brain. So this was the morning. So the Red-Headed League thing happened the morning. Apply in person in the morning on Lime Street. So that's not the night. Wow, this is the first testimony and I'm already stumped. I need to think. Evidence suggests measures have been taken to disguise the time of death. This paper from 10 years ago is browning with age. The most recent thing appears in this newspaper cutting here. Same Red-Headed League advertisement that Mr. Sholmes had picked out. There was a red-headed hairpiece at the scene. Was Inspector Gregson an exponent of the Red-Headed League then? No.
But when did that happen? Order of events is important here. I think that's where they're going with it. Looks like we gotta pull out Mr. Sholmes's, or Iris's lucky charm of Mr. Sholmes already. It's the only explanation. Okay, so the passport maybe? Inspector, he was issued for the travel the day before his body was discovered. So can we present that as like, maybe he wasn't at the gentleman's club? I mean, the notebook said he was gonna be there, but he wasn't actually. Just because the notebook said that he could have gone doesn't mean he did, is my thought. Let me reread these and see if I can say anything against anything. All yard detectives are supposed to follow orders and investigate what they're told. Yes. A little search of the boss's office turned up a notebook that had a load of secret meetings. Yes. Can't really say anything about that. Apparently the smuggled goods was gonna happen at a gentleman's club called the Grues. Yeah, okay. I can't really say anything against that either. It looks like it was a big job and all, but the coppers weren't onto it yet. What matters most is there's witnesses what saw the Reaper at the place too. Why do I have an inkling that I'm supposed to say something against this? And we have a lot of stuff that just straight up wouldn't work as evidence. There's very few things that we could present here. The passport, maybe the newspaper, but I don't think so. My god, this is the first testimony of the day. This is not how you start the day off. This ain't it. Just that kind of day. Oh boy. Maybe it's just because I'm not into it quite yet. Nah, I'm not using that as an excuse. I'm just a dumbass. This was at the scene, so it can't be relevant now. But I do think that the passport is relevant. Maybe for the now. Could be the newspaper, probably is the passport. Besides that, he didn't really... Gregson isn't one that followed orders per se. He just did everything alone and by himself. Alright, let's see where we can poke some stuff. Little search of the bosses turned up a notebook that had a load of secret meetings. Apparently the smuggled goods was gonna happen at a gentleman's club. It was a big job and all, but the coppers weren't onto it yet. What matters most is their witnesses what saw the Reaper at the place too. I feel like, ugh. Oh, I hate that I'm... Brain. Got it. For some reason that helps. Ryunosuke got something going. This is the same notebook. Let's keep your head straight. What Barrick said is the key here, which would mean that there's a mistake here somewhere. That's what they're implying. But what if you forget what Barrick said? I'm sorry, Barrick von Zeeks, I'm sorry. He read the same notebook, though. So if he read the same notebook to get to the secret meeting place on Fresno Street, and maybe he also went to the Gentleman's Club, sure. But Van Zeek said that he literally read this same notebook to follow him to Fresno Street to find that place in the first place. I just want to have a light bulb moment. Why I can't have a light bulb moment? No. Oh my god. Hold on. Let's see. He never once mentioned that he met the inspector the day before the incident. You don't think Lord Van Zeeks could have been lying? No. Gina, I love you so much. I love her. Alright, I'm gonna do the good old save. I have some inklings. I guess I'll just start putting them out. They're not gonna be right, though. Or if they are, it'd be a fucking miracle, but I'd highly doubt it. Okay. Sholm's brain cells? Oh, I already have Sholm's brain cells. I'm just trying to like cross out the ones that I know I can't say anything against first. Process of elimination is what my approach is usually. Yard detectives are supposed to follow orders and investigate what they're told. Yeah. A little search of the boss's office turned up a notebook that had a load of secret meetings. Yeah. Apparently a smuggled goods deal was gonna happen at a gentleman's club called the Grues. Aw. I'm so sorry, mods. I feel bad. Big job, but the coppers weren't onto it yet. I still want to say something against this note. It's either 3 or 5. It's either this third thing that she says, although I have no idea what I would say to that, or the 5th note. There's witnesses what saw the Reaper at the place. He didn't lie, he just didn't say what he was doing the night before, if I recall. He never said... Did he? He might have. He might have and I forgot. I don't recall his testimony ever saying anything about the night before. That was information that we found out after his testimony. And then we asked him again in the prison. And we just got like a history backstory. Oh my god. All we got was like a history backstory after the fact. What would suggest that the Reaper was at the place too? What would we say against it? Let's just try this note. Oh my god. Oh. Again, mod. Thank you, Alan. And this gun was found at the scene of the crime, but could have been... Okay. The Reaper. Mr. Barrick. Where were you and how can I prove where you are? I have nothing that proves where you are, actually. Do I? I'm literally trying to go through every piece of evidence. And I'm like marking them off on in my head which ones just don't make sense at all to present here at all. Like this doesn't make sense, this doesn't make sense, dismissal notice doesn't matter here. This doesn't matter, these might be relevant. This doesn't matter, nor does this. Doesn't matter. Autopsy report, maybe. Floor plan doesn't matter. Notice board might. That doesn't matter, that doesn't matter. That doesn't... It might. I take that back. I had to think about that one for an extra second there. That doesn't matter. 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 This might matter. So we have like 5 pieces of evidence that might matter. I'm gonna, okay, first off, we're gonna run with the point. I need to do something. My brain is crashed. So, let's go with this point. Let's try to say what the Reaper might have been doing that night. What was Barrick doing? He read the same notebook. That's what I'm not understanding. So we're implying here that the gunshot happened maybe at the gentleman's club. Some redheaded person like tried to make it look like... Oh wait, this probably belonged to Vigil. Let's not worry about the hairpiece. Scratching that one off my list too. So the gunshot might have been coming from the gentleman's club, which is where the pocket watch also oh my god. Why am I so stumped? I think this is the first time I've been like truly... Oh, this is too early for this bullshit. I'm so sorry. I need to do something. Okay. This is the only article they put here. Am I about to be that person that does trial by fire? Because that would be really sad. I've never had to do that in this game, so that would make me really sad, actually. At least I can deduce some things. Nothing is clicking in my head. Oh god. Okay, all yard detectives are supposed to follow orders and investigate what they're told. But what if I present the passport here? Little search of the boss's office turned up a notebook that had a load of secrets. Oh! I didn't, my chin clicked the button. Oops. Oopsie poopsie! Where does this make sense? Okay, little search of the boss's office turned up a notebook that had a load of secret meetings. Apparently, smuggled goods deal was gonna happen at a gentleman's club called the Grues. This is information that we didn't know about. How am I supposed to say anything about it? You know, I feel like, there's really nothing I can say about it. Yeah. Oh, again, I did it. No. Have it. Wait, what are we talking about? Oh my god. Something, Sholmes. Okay, look. Sholmes? Yes, Sholmes is on my mind, but because of yesterday's events, I'm thinking a lot less about him than normal. Not saying that I'm not thinking about him at all. But... No! Oh, I keep meaning to press R, not L. Jesus Christ. I mean, I'm still thinking about Sholmes, but yeah, like I said, a lot less. A lot less than before. So that's poggers, I guess. Okay. The Grues. Let's go on this point since it was changed in the testimony. I feel like I've... am I going crazy? I don't know, the Grues, I feel like I've heard the name somewhere before, but maybe I haven't and I'm just like actually being stupid. It just like, it sounds familiar, you know? When I first heard it, I was like, oh, it might sound familiar, I don't know. But genuinely, I have no idea. Should I run on that note? But my memory is pretty dog shit, chat. My memory is pretty dog shit. Have I heard that name before and I just never remembered it? I don't know. I did narrow it down to say that what I would what I would give evidence to is either between 3 or 5. Oh my god, these Pepe laughs. I hate you, chat. I hate you so much. Although, I love you. Pepe laugh is good. I've heard the Grues before, I think? Have I? I think I'm honestly just making that shit up. I think we're just making that shit up. I haven't actually heard it before. No. You know what? Let's present... I have nothing to present. The newspaper? For fuck's sake, I have no idea!
I heard... Have I heard the Grues before? You could spend the Straits of Dover with those wide eyes, Council, and it'd be gone from this island forever, I hope. Oh, God. Alright, you guys ready for trial by fire? I'm doing it. Okay, a gentleman's club called the Grues. I don't know why I want to say it with a French accent. No! I pressed L instead of R! I'm going crazy, that's just it. Okay, let's just go through the evidence. The Grues, So this is the steamship, the Blackbird Line. SS Grues. I knew I've seen it somewhere before! Fucking... God, this took like 30 fucking minutes. Well, I think we found it.
Objection!
Jesus Christ. Sorry about that, chat. That was probably really painful. But we did get it, and with only one strike. So hey, I'm still crying and dying inside. I've read about these clubs that exist here in Britain. As I understand it, they're places where well-to-do gentlemen socialize with friends and colleagues. Don't imagine for a second that a foreign student like you would be admitted. Seriously, is your mirror cracked or something? Do we know for sure that the contraband dealings were definitely happening at a club called the Grues? Grues? I'm saying Grues, fuck it. The police are currently looking for evidence, but haven't found anything definitive yet. And I'm sorry to say that they probably won't. What do you mean by that? I mean that the place Inspector Gregson was secretly going to visit on the 31st of September may not have been a gentleman's club at all. You're showing very irreverent attitude towards our country's police force there, Council. If it was a gentleman's club, then what was it? A steamship. You think it's a steamship? I have the evidence to prove it. Prove it here. Let me see that. This dark-suited young man is not in the least bit untrustworthy. The other side, my lord. Be more specific next time. How about you learn how to fucking read? Is it really my fault? Use your eyes. This would appear to be a ticket for passage upon a steamship, yeah? SS Grues.
Objection!
So, there's a steamship named the Grues that happens to share a name with the club. But I'm afraid to say, there's a flaw in your logic there. How? Look at the ticket. Notice the date of arrival in port? The ship arrived at the port of Dover on the 1st of November. Ah. The day on which the sound like a gunshot was heard on Fresno Street. In other words, on the day in question here, 31st of October, when the victim was on the clandestine mission, the ship hadn't yet docked on British shores. That would certainly make an undercover investigation somewhat challenging.
Objection!
The fact that the steamship hadn't yet reached Britain substantiates the defense's assertion that the victim was investigating the SS Grues on the day in question. Then show your evidence for that assertion. very well. Unicorn! It has a special ting to it. In that case, counsel to the defense, present your evidence to the court now. Evidence that substantiates your claim that the victim was investigating the SS Grues on October 31st.
Take that!
What's this? A passport for travel issued to the victim. Dated 31st October. What are you suggesting? I'm suggesting that just one day before the inspector's body was discovered, there's a distinct possibility that he wasn't even in the country. This document is for passage to France. It does appear to have been officially authorized. The day before the SS Grues arrived at Dover, it docked on the northern coast of France for a night. According to my father, he was on board at the port of Dunkirk. Dunkirk, France. What could possibly have taken the victim there? Cosmo, why are you laughing? I'm impressed, Ryunosuke Naruto. I certainly didn't expect you to get your hands on that passport. What? You mean you knew about this? The prosecution strategy for this trial has been laid down by the Crown Prosecution Office. On the day before the incident, the victim was investigating contraband dealings at a London club. That's the outcome of Scotland Yard's investigations and the line the prosecution has been asked to follow. But personally, I don't agree. I think the prosecutor's office is trying to hide something. And now that you've expertly disproven their assertion, I intend to reveal what I believe that something to be. What are you playing at, Prosecutor Asagi? Dude, he's about to fucking piss off Strongheart. That's what he's doing. A courtroom is a forum for the truth, my lord. Which is why it's my duty to present all the facts without exception. Let me guess. This was your intention from the outset, wasn't it? The reason Inspector Gregson secretly made his way to the steamship docked in France on the day in question was to carry out a mission for the Reaper. What on earth are you saying, counsel? The prosecution made an assertion in court yesterday. Inspector Gregson was investigating the identity of the Reaper. When he discovered the location of the man's secret hideout, he was killed. As I'm sure everyone can imagine, by the Reaper's hand. But in reality, the truth is the opposite of that. I love this theme so much. Inspector Gregson wasn't investigating the Reaper at all. He was in fact acting for the Reaper. So you're saying that the mission he was undertaking was obviously an assassination. Barrick von Zeeks never carried out any of the actual killings. Whenever the Reaper's victims lost their lives, he always had a cast iron alibi. Which tells us that he must have had an accomplice. And your claim was that was Inspector Gregson.
Well, what the hell you think you're saying, eh? My boss would never have done something like that.
And yet... Sorry. And yet, when you consider all the facts, it all makes perfect sense.
No, it can't be.
We also arrived at the same conclusion, didn't we? That Inspector Gregson was operating as the Reaper. Even so, there's no way that the person giving him his orders was Lord Van Zeeks. No, the true Reaper is somebody else. Barrick von Zeeks is not the Reaper. A predictable response from someone who's advocating for the man. And even if it's true that Gregson was operating as an agent of the Reaper, the suggestion that he went aboard the SS Grues on an assassination mission doesn't follow at all. Oh, you have some solid reason for doubting the assertion, do you, counsel? Absolutely. It's very simple. On the day in question, nobody was killed aboard that steamship.
Professor Mikotoba and Judge Jigoku were on that very ship. If someone had been assassinated, I'm certain that we would have heard about it. What's so funny? You're right, of course. No suspicious deaths were reported on board that ship. But I think perhaps that you've missed the point. That's precisely why Inspector Gregson himself lost his life. Gregson did board the SS Grues that night with an intention of dispatching his mark. But his mission ended in failure. Failure? This is all conjecture. It seems that the defense hasn't yet grasped a very important detail here. What are you talking about? What detail? Inspector Gina Lestrade. The victim's notebook that you read an excerpt from earlier, that doesn't contain details of secret investigations at all. It describes 10 years of assassination plots to be carried out by the Reaper of the Bailey.
You're lying! Even if all them bludgers what got taken out had it coming, the boss want the Reaper.
Poor Gina. There's no question that Tobias Gregson was heavily involved in the Reaper's activities. You may just be an apprentice, but if you've spent any time at Scotland Yard, you must have heard rumors.
I ain't heard nothing, and I don't believe a word of it.
Then testify again as a representative of Scotland Yard. Consider it your chance to defend your boss. I concur. The witness will give a new formal testimony. Miss Lestrade, you will tell the court everything you know about Inspector Gregson's secret notebook.
Yeah, this notebook does have a load of stuff about what the Reaper got up to these past 10 years. Names of victims, dates and place and stuff. And the last entry in there was 31st of October. It said Grues for the place on the date and then the name of the mark. There was a note about him being a criminal what got away from the Reaper in court 10 years ago or something. But honest, the boss didn't do none of it. He was just investigating the Reaper, that's all.
Wait, what? Keep personal opinion out of your testimony, witness. We require only established fact here. This must be so hard for her. You can't deny it now, surely, Ryunosuke Naruto. What can't I deny? The notebook contained the name of the final mark and the location where the assassination would take place. That's information that the victim can only have known if he was working with the Reaper. Who was to be this final mark? My guess is Mikotoba. The name that's written alongside the entry that mentions the Grues on 31st of October.
Eh? How do you read this then?
Or Jigoku? Nah, my first guess is Mikotoba. Reading's still not her strong suit.
That ain't the problem, alright, Odo? It's a funny name. It ain't English. It's hard to read.
So it's someone from overseas.
Let me have a bash at it.
Seishiro Jigoku.
Seishiro Jigoku. Maybe?
Oh, she did it! It can't be Seishiro Jigoku. But that's Judge Jigoku. Seishiro Jigoku. Certainly not an English name, you're right.
Objection!
That can't be right. I know Judge Jigoku and I saw him the day before yesterday here in London. So I know for a fact that the man hasn't been assassinated. As I said, the Reaper failed. Gregson missed his chance to kill his mark and return to British shores. But the Reaper wouldn't tolerate the mistake, so he killed the inspector. Personally. No. The Reaper, of course, being the accused, Barrick von Zeeks. It's an undeniable logical argument. Cosma, you planned for the trial to go this way all along, didn't you?
Hold it!
Von Zeeks? He ain't having none of this. Oh, he brought his wine! And he brought his leg! Yeah! Yeah! Let's fucking go! Barrick von Zeeks ain't having none of this shit. Let's go! Pray, forgive the discourtesy of filling my hallowed chalice whilst I stand accused of murder. Own this courtroom, Barrick von Zeeks. Fucking own it. Let's go! More big Zeeks! The accused has no right to speak uninvited in court. You will return to the dock.
My ultimate technique.
My ultimate technique. Oh my god! I say nothing of whether or not I'm the Reaper. That's the task of this court to decide. But there is one thing I can say unequivocally. That girl is no detective. Oh my gosh!
Nah, that's right, I ain't. I'm an inspector.
Repeating rumors heard around the yard, reading entries from a notebook of unconfirmed origin. That's not testimony, it's practically a script. No doubt the rest of this trial will go exactly as you've clearly planned. Your hatred of me is understandable. In your mind, I'm sure I am the Reaper, who sent your father to the gallows all those years ago. Boyfriends are fighting! Oh my god! But you're in danger of becoming a far more sinister Reaper yourself. By attempting to have me condemned with this feeble excuse for a testimony. What did you say? Mr. Naruto, this is our chance. My lord, the defense requests that the defendant be allowed to speak. He may be privy to information, important information relating to the testimony just given by the witness. Oh my god. This is insane! This is insane! Very well, I'll make an exception and grant the request. The defendant may remain in the witness stand for the cross-examination. Allow me to toast the court's impartiality. Don't raise your glass in my direction, sir. Counsel for the defense, begin the cross-examination immediately. Let's go. At once, my lord. Oh, I love how this case is starting. This is so badass. Oh.
Yeah, this notebook does have a load of stuff about what the Reaper got up to the past 10 years.
Hold it!
In other words, it shows that Gregson was basically acting as the Reaper.
Not you and all. Not you and all. That ain't the only explanation, is it? He could have been investigating the Reaper in secret, and that notebook said what he found out. That's what I think.
If I may. When originally people began referring to me as the Reaper, I didn't object. I believed the power to intimidate London's criminal classes into compliance with the law to be beneficial. But you carried out your own investigations into the true identity of the Reaper, didn't you? Yes, and those investigations proved conclusively that Gregson was one arm of the Reaper.
One arm? What do you want about?
The Reaper's victims were all extremely shrewd criminals at the top of their game. There's simply no way one person could have taken them all on alone. The Reaper is an organization. With you at its head? I had spies at the yard tell me abreast of Gregson's movements, letting me know when he was elsewhere. So, I'd been able to check the most recent entry in his book. I knew the location. You knew it said Grues? Believing it to be a reference to the Gentleman's Club, I went there on the day in question to investigate alone. So that explains why several members of the club had claimed to have seen you there. Ah, but of course, the inspector was not there. Because at the time, he was making his way to the steamship docked on the northern coast of France. As shown by the passport found in the victim's metal trunk. Very well then. Back to your testimony about the contents of this notebook. Is something wrong, Mr. Naruto? You seemed a little shocked by something a moment ago. No, it's alright. I'm overthinking this, aren't I? It's Cosmo.
Names of the victims, dates and plates and stuff. And the last entry in there was 31st of October.
Hold it!
Names of victims, dates, places, and stuff? What in particular?
Well, beside the victims' names, this other name kept cropping up.
What other name?
It's the one I told you yesterday. The same name written over and over again.
You mean Asian?
Yeah, that's the one. She's a friend of yours or something, is she?
Weren't you even listening yesterday? Assassin. The assassin. Oh, no way. Assassin. What? No! I would have never. What?
What, like a killer, you mean?
Gregson was the technician, the one who came up with the plan of attack. He investigated the marks thoroughly, finding out when they would be vulnerable and who to use to get to them. But the person actually executing his plans was someone else, you're saying? If that's true, then the Reaper does indeed start to sound like an organized group of vigilantes. Then perhaps what it said on the passport document, permission for the applicant and one additional person to travel, could that additional person have been clearly the assassin who was meant to take Seishiro Jigoku's life? Gina, can you confirm that against the final entry that listed Grues and Seishiro Jigoku? What name was written?
Oh, well, that's the only entry that didn't have a name next to it, as it appears.
What?
It just had like a question mark or something there, I think.
In other words, Gregson himself didn't know the identity of the assassin in that case. Gregson was the one making the plans, was he not? How infuriating! A nameless assassin.
It said Grues for the place on that date, and then the name of the mark. There was a note about him being a criminal what got away from the Reaper in court 10 years ago or something. But honest, the boss didn't do none of it.
I am skipping ahead so much.
Hold it!
And you're saying that the mark listed was Seishiro Jigoku?
That's what it said. Funny name if you ask me. And I thought your name was odd.
Thank you. So pleased to have lost my crown there. Mr. Jigoku is the presiding judge of Japan's Supreme Court of Judicature. I remember the man. He came to our country as a visiting student 16 years ago, studying international law and diplomacy under your tutelage, Lord Strongheart. That bearded young fellow was a very able man, I must say. So Strongheart was Judge Jigoku's mentor. If I'm not mistaken, he returned to Japan 10 years ago now. 10 years ago, after that fateful case. Precisely. In the aftermath of the professor's case, his repatriation was organized immediately. It's a mystery why such a man would be listed in the inspector's notebook.
I didn't think it was possible, but the mood in here's got even worse now. Maybe I'll just keep talking. There was a note about him being a criminal what got away from the Reaper in court 10 years ago or something.
Hold it!
What do you mean a criminal? Judge Jigoku is no criminal!
Don't ask me, I don't know nothing about it.
Do you remember what Father told us? That Judge Jigoku did once appear in court here in Britain. It was related to the professor case, I'm sure. Ah, yes, of course, you're right. Seishiro was trying to mitigate Genshin's guilt, so he took to the stand to testify, but he got a little carried away and, he actually managed to break the witness stand. Badass. He also said some contemptuous words about the British Empire, for which he was charged. It was a pitiful situation, yes. I'd forgotten all about it, but I prosecuted that trial too, as it happens. You did? It was considered to be an adjunct to the professor's proceedings, you see. But he was acquitted after being told to make reparation for the damage caused to the stand. And there you have it. Have what? Surely the accused hasn't forgotten his own rule. That there's no saving anyone who faces the Reaper in court, guilty or innocent alike. What? Are you suggesting that the reason Judge Jigoku was targeted for assassination? The man was sent back to Japan immediately after that trial. The Reaper had no time to do his work. But then, 10 years later, the mark returns to Britain once more. Perhaps now you start to see just how vindictive the Reaper is. Come on, that's absurd! To take someone's life for that? Isn't the whole premise of the Reaper absurd? Killing those who have been found innocent? Clearly the rules by which the man operates are beyond a sane person's comprehension. Whoa, whoa, whoa. 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 Oh.
Right, I've had just enough about enough of this.
Gina?
All this nonsense about the boss planning to kill people. It's cobblers. Come on, Odo.
Yeah?
Why ain't you saying nothing? Why ain't you yelling out objection or something? What? You've got to find a flaw. You do usually. Someone's lying here, no question. You've got to work out who it is. Please, for the boss. Oh.
Gina. That outburst was an insult to the court and to your own testimony. I might have known that a common pickpocket from the back slums couldn't make a detective.
Ah!
When this trial is over, you will forfeit your warrant card, Miss Lestrade.
Ah! Ah! Oh! I've had it with the lot of you. It's lies every bleeding place you look in this world, ain't it? Well, I've had enough.
Gina. So have I. After that little speech of Gina's, I've made up my mind. We're gonna fucking rip Strongheart's head right off of his neck. Bitch is going down! Ah! To do what, Mr. Naruto? There was one point in this cross-examination when something that was said just didn't sit right with me. One statement that seemed odd. I'm not going to let Gina's plea for help fall on deaf ears.
Hold it!
I want to thank you, Gina. You helped me find my resolve. What do you mean? Amongst everything that we've heard during this cross-examination, there's one thing that defies explanation, one inconsistency.
Really, Odo?
I don't quite know what it means yet, but... Yes, there's an inconsistency in something that was said by... Cosma or... The way that Van Zieks reacted just now made me change my mind. I was dead set on what Cosma said being an inconsistency. And now Van Zieks is making me question because of his reaction. Wait, I thought I knew. Oh, wait, I might be mistaken now. My first... Oh god, which one? Do I go off of my gut that said Cosma in the first place, or do I go off of what just happened in the court? I think I gotta go by what just happened, although my instinct... Flip a coin. This game made me doubt myself. Barrick, why did you have to give that reaction? Why? You're making me question my life. I don't need to save. I don't know why I'm doing it. Oh my god. Well, I think I shouldn't be deterred. I do think I shouldn't be deterred by the reaction. I think my gut, my instinct told me Cosma at first, and instinct.
Take that!
By you, Cosma. Okay, yay! Okay, just go off the instinct. Is this some attempt at filibustering counsel? Prosecutor Asagi has given no testimony. What are you suggesting I said that was inconsistent? You let something slip that you shouldn't have. When I present the relevant piece of evidence, I imagine that you'll realize what you've done. I think I know where they're going with this, but... What evidence reveals this alleged inconsistency in something Prosecutor Asagi had said? Oh my god, should I really go back? It sparked me too. He knew about the metal box. He said the passport was found in the metal box. He shouldn't have known that.
Take that!
This is a trunk that belonged to Inspector Gregson. A metal construction, is it? It's certainly very heavy. What's this? A bloodstain, and a relatively fresh one, too.
What? You mean that ain't grease from all the boss's fish and chips?
Fresh blood on the inspector's trunk. That suggests that the victim was traveling with the luggage when he was killed. That can't be. There was no mention of any trunk in Scotland Yard's report. Don't worry, chat. I'm woke now. It was just that first testimony, but I'm woke now. I'm paying attention. There's reason for that. Immediately after the inspector's body was discovered, one of the street peddlers made off with the trunk, hoping to sell it.
But I found it. Me, with me nose for trouble.
Oh god, Gina. Which means that nobody should have known anything about the trunk. Unless, of course, we're talking about somebody who was present when the victim was killed. And yet, during the cross-examination of the witness just now, you said this, Cosma. At the time he was making his way to the steamship docked on the northern coast of France, as shown by the passport found in the victim's metal trunk. I caught that too! Yeah, fuck off. You thought I wouldn't notice? So the question is, how did you know about the inspector's trunk? We know the man went on a trip to France. Where else would he have put his passport?
Objection!
But you knew it was a metal trunk. Answer me honestly, Cosma. On the 31st of October, where exactly were you?
At the port of Dunkirk on board the SS Grues. Is that the answer you're looking for, Ryunosuke? Kazuma, what did you... I hadn't considered the possibility before, but if Kazuma was there on the ship, it could only have been for one purpose. Come on, Ryunosuke, you know the rules. Kazuma, why are you pushing me like this? Oh my god. Bro. Are you driven by revenge for Von Zeeks, or are you genuinely trying to make me win this? I can't figure you out anymore. He's lost himself without the headband. Oh. The only thing that really talks in the courtroom is hard evidence. As I understand it, Inspector Gregson always took that case with him when he traveled. As it stands, you've proved nothing. Kazuma. Are you challenging me to prove it beyond all reasonable doubt? That you were there that day in the same place as the inspector? Why would you do this, Kazuma? He was there with Gregson? There's a clue that you've overlooked, a secret that trunk can tell us. Oh. But why? Why? I don't understand the motive. Why? 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 Come on. I'm gonna cry. I don't like where this is going. I want to make sure I'm not clicking on the passport by accident.
Got it!
There's a small piece of metal lodged in the wall of the trunk here, like the tip of a blade.
A blade?
Kazuma slung around your waist as ever today. Is the esteemed blade Karma. Of course it is. Won't you draw it here in this courtroom? For all to see? Exercise caution, my learned friend. That man is the son of London's most notorious killer. Watch Professor Asagi like a hawk. That won't be necessary. He has two. Oh my god. If the fragment of metal from the trunk fits together with the end of the sword, the question of who was there with Inspector Gregson will be answered. Agreed, Kazuma Asagi. Expertly done, Ryunosuke. That's a point to you and well deserved. Do you mean to tell the court, Prosecutor Asagi? Yes. On the 31st of October, I accompanied Inspector Gregson to Dunkirk in order to carry out a mission. So the additional person authorized to travel was me. And the mission was the assassination of the Mark. Because at that point, Giselle Brett was dead. Gregson, we needed somebody else. You're the killer whose name was omitted from this notebook? You were following the Reaper's orders to dispatch Judge Jigoku? Let me make one thing perfectly clear. I have killed no one.
Well, yeah, because the judge ain't dead. Explain. I accepted the assassination mission, yes, and I accompanied Gregson to Dunkirk. But I never had any intention of carrying out the plan. I believe that. You were never going to do it. We can believe Kazuma-sama, I'm sure. After all, Judge Jigoku arrived safely in London the following day. On the 31st, I boarded a train from London with Inspector Gregson. We traveled to Dover, from where we crossed the channel to Dunkirk. Then, we boarded the SS Grues and made for the cabin deck as indicated in the plan. You went to Judge Jigoku's cabin? Exactly. He wasn't there though. We decided to wait, but you've already told us that you had no intention of going through with it anyway. I didn't come to Great Britain to take anyone's life, so I left Gregson and disembarked the ship. I spent that night at a boarding house in the town and returned to England the following morning. A boarding house in Dunkirk. My signature will be in the register book. It would be simple enough to verify. Then what became of Jigoku? Gregson was no assassin, so the mark was spared. I'm sure it's easy enough to imagine what happened after that. Gregson returned to England as well, having failed to complete the mission. He met with the Reaper in that room on Fresno Street to report the failure, causing the infuriated mastermind to pull the trigger and end his wretched agent's life. Why are you still going on this? You can't tell me you really have it out for Lord Van Zieks like this. That's the real truth behind Inspector Gregson's murder.
Objection!
But if you did nothing as you claim, how did the tip of your sword come to be lodged in the inspector's trunk? I don't need to answer that. The victim was killed by a gunshot. A small fragment of a Japanese blade isn't relevant to the case. And accordingly, I choose to exercise my right to silence on that matter. Be that as it may, the court will sequester the sword as evidence. As you wish, my lord. Oh, we have the sword and we have the headband that was on the sword! We must take immediate action now to verify whether Seishiro Jigoku remains unharmed. Remains unharmed. I agree, that should be our first priority. It's recently come to my attention that he hasn't been seen since yesterday. How did you... When a foreign dignitary invited to Great Britain goes missing for 24 hours, it's only natural that the question of his safety should arise. You don't mean to say that you think Judge Jigoku may have been killed? The Reaper has more than one assassin at his disposal. And he has the power to influence to give orders from inside of a prison cell. Isn't that right, Lord Van Zieks? Oh, okay. Oh, we got another chalice! If I were truly the Reaper, I would be able to tell you. Oh, the Sassa! Let's go! We will take an emergency recess for 30 minutes. Now. Guests of the symposium have been told to maintain regular contact with the organizer's office. If the man can't be located within half an hour, we will have to assume the worst. Oh, I know exactly what's happening. Oh, this is gonna be cool, isn't it? This is gonna be really cool. How much you want to bet that Sholmes and Mikatoba knew exactly what was up, and you know what they investigated overnight?
They never came back. They were investigating Jigoku that whole time. How much you want to fucking bet? Oh, that could be so cool. Are we gonna see like a Mikatoba and Sholmes moment? Because if we do, I am going to bust a fucking nut. Oh, this is cool. No one would want to kill a harmless Japanese man who'd only just arrived in the country. Except, that is, for the Reaper, wanting to finish off a mark that slipped through the net 10 years ago. I would have to agree. Mr. Naruhodo, for the defense's sake. My lord, I sincerely hope that we are successful. If we're unable to confirm Mr. Jigoku's healthy existence in the next 30 minutes, you will face grave difficulties. No, I got Sholmes. Sholmes is gonna... Oh, is this where we do the... Oh, is this... Wait, is this the rabbit of summoning? This is the rabbit of summoning. We summon Sholmes and we're like, hey, I need you now. What did you do overnight? I bet you looked into Jigoku. It's gonna happen. This is a Sholmes summoning ritual. We gotta summon him. He knows the answer. Oh my god, it's all coming together. The summon Sholmes lucky charm. I need the sand. It's a summoning ritual, I'm telling you. Oh my god. This is... What if everything I'm saying is not actually gonna happen? Oh god. That would be really embarrassing. I just have a strong inkling that that's where this is going right now, and I'm like getting myself real excited. Oh, okay. Okay, it's fine. We're fine. Kazuma-sama is the Reaper's assassin. I feel as though I'm in a nightmare. I can hardly believe it either, but on the other hand, Kazuma isn't in the habit of making up stories. I have such a terrible sense of foreboding. If something awful had happened to Judge Jigoku, then I feel as though things will only spiral further and further out of control. I didn't like the way that music started. I felt it from the moment I stepped into the courthouse this morning. That strange sensation that we were careering towards a foregone conclusion. In the worst case, we might only have 30 minutes left. Unfortunately, though, I don't think that there's anything that we can do but wait. We're out of options. We're not out of options! We have the Sholmes summoning ritual! Actually, there may be one last hand we can play. Yeah? Or rather, one last ear. Yeah, that we can pull! Of course! The little Mr. Sholmes doll that Iris gave us!
If for some reason you've completely run out of options in today's trial, then just pull this little Hurley's ears as hard as you possibly can.
Perhaps now is the time. What should I do? Pull Harley's ears or not? Pull! Here goes! I'm gonna do it! Good luck, Mr. Naruhodo! No looking back. Heave! Ow! That scream sounded like Mr. Oh my god. Mr. Sholmes, where are you? Oh, here, my dear fellow, here! It's the felt top. Oh my god. It's the felt doll talking! Pull the ears again, Mr. Naruhodo, as hard as you can. All right then, I'll pull all my strength into it. Heave! Ow! Oh my god. He's on the ship! They're investigating the ship! Oh, they knew! Oh! Please, my dear fellows, you don't need to pull my ear off. Mr. Sholmes, where are you? Ah, myself and my trusty partner are presently in the first-class cabin area of the SS Grues. The SS Grues? She left over last night after the final pieces of cargo were loaded.
We are currently docked at Dunkirk, but due to be underway again in half an hour. You've taken a ship to France. Oh please, even with my athletic prowess, I would struggle to jump the Straits of Dover. After we left Baker Street last night, we hurried by cab to the station and by train to the port. In order to board this vessel in time. So you mean you've already worked it out? That the steamship was where everything really took place? Oh, Miss Naruto, pray, what is my name? Herlock Sholmes, world-famous great detective. Recited to perfection, well done.
You're a genius, Mr. Sholmes. That's the only word for it. This is so great.
Ow, 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 ow! Miss Sasato, gently with this genius's ear, please. Oh my, I'm ever so sorry. If I may, Mr. Sholmes. Ah, there you are, Mikitoba. You may remember that it was in fact I who made the connection to the SS Grues. Oh, of course it was Mikitoba. At Scotland Yard yesterday when we examined that notebook and I recalled my steamship ticket. Oh, but of course it was, my dear fellow. And not once did I controvert that fact. I merely had our court-bound companions under my name. Yes, you did, didn't you? We've just entered a recess. The trial resumes in 30 minutes from now. And if we're unable to present any new leads by then, I'm afraid to say... Oh, do not fret, please. It's for precisely that purpose that my partner and I have made this journey. I have no doubt that we shall have welcome news for you within the half hour. Thank you, Mr. Sholmes. That would be wonderful. Until later, then. You'll be hearing from us if you're not in touch first. Ow, 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 ow. I shan't be hearing anything if you keep tugging my ear in that mindless fashion. Whatever was the idea behind making a receiver operated in that way in the first place, Sholmes? Oh, why the deuce would I know? It's Iris's invention, not mine. We get an investigation as Mikitoba with Sholmes. This is great. Oh my god. I am swooning. This is fantastic. Oh, God. I know how much you enjoy being the hero of the hour, Sholmes. We have but a half hour, half that now before the Grues puts to sea again. If we don't conclude our investigations rapidly, we shall find ourselves in Naples before not long. There are times, Mikitoba, when you make a surprising amount of sense. So, let us begin. Oh! First class cabin number 2. Yeah, this is the one. But I don't believe any investigation of the cabin is going to be plain sailing. That crewman standing in front of the door is an angry-looking fellow. Why are you loitering here? Who are you? Oh, my dear fellow, do you not recognize a world-famous great detective when you see one? The question really ought to be, who are you? Do you not recognize world-traveling great sailor Chicken Stroganoff? Chicken. It went from beef stroganoff to chicken stroganoff! I can't! It's his brother! Beef Stroganoff has a brother named Chicken Stroganoff! I wonder if they have another brother named Pork Stroganoff or some shit. Must run in the family. Also, why is the name Sholmes written on his arm? Wait a second. That arm definitely says Sholmes. What is happening? What is happening? Great detective? I don't think so. Do you see that, Mikitoba? It would appear that this man is a devoted follower of mine. Oh my god, goodness me, is that a tattoo that says shows? I must say, while such adoration is flattering, naturally it does leave me a little cold. What are you talking about? Leave now! How distressing. My loyal devotee knows me only by name and not by appearance. And yet I already know a great deal about you, sir. You have a brother, I believe. Like yourself, he's a shipman. Currently traveling the world abroad aboard a Russian steamship, in fact. How could you know this? Elementary, my dear Mikitoba. I'm sure it was. 3 days ago, I was bound for London aboard this ship, you see. We're looking for one of my fellow passengers, a man by the name of Jigoku. There is no one with that name on board. But we know that he purchased a ticket for passage. Ah, you mean Eastern man. He left ship 2 hours ago. Here in Dunkirk. He said something about emergency, I think. What? Are you sure? So Seishiro's realized that we're after him. Has he? His cabin is the one behind you. We should like to investigate, please. No, I have orders not to let even mouse inside. Mikitoba, be a good man and draw this sailor's attention away, would you? Make up some excuse that he leaves the area. Doesn't great detective see that even sailors have ears both left and right? Curses! The plan is ruined! And you have all yourself to blame, I'm afraid, Sholmes. Forget it, cabin door is locked. Even if I'm not here, you cannot get inside. Mikitoba, I'm sure you haven't forgotten my special talent, have you? Opening any lock? Within a mere 5 seconds. So, if you'd be so kind as to afford me the requisite time, old friend, in your typically accommodating manner. How could I refuse such a typically unappealing request, old friend? Aww. Aww. Bruh. I love it. So I need to distract that burly sailor for 5 seconds, do I? Good man. So, the game is afoot. Ah, he said it! Excuse me while I melt! This would appear to be an alarm bell. All hell would break loose if that thing were to ring. The whole crew would know about it. Set it off. Here goes then. Pardon me in advance. What are you doing? If we were at sea, that would be very bad problem. What's going on down there? Seaman Stroganoff, report at once! Sorry, sir, nothing to report. It was just a stupid trick. No, not by me, by world famous. No, as I told you. Now, Sholmes, now. Done. Not even 5 seconds, eh? Well, don't stand there gulping at my brilliance, Mikitoba. In we go. Oh, yeah. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh. It appeared that the occupant of this cabin did indeed disembark rather hurriedly. Those clothes on the floor there, they're Seishiro's without question. Aww, look at those pajamas. He had some cute pajamas. He even had like a nice hat. Seems that we are just a little too late. Yeah, by about 2 hours. Still, whilst we are here, we should investigate thoroughly. There may well be 2 hours worth of clues to find in here. But that burly crewman may return at any moment, Sholmes. Indeed he may. Which makes this all the more thrilling. I can't stop smiling. This is amazing. According to the report I was given, Naruhodo was concealing himself in Asagi's wardrobe. Indeed he was, and it was of a similar size to this one. Ah, you must climb inside yourself, my dear fellow. Whatever for? It was the site of my first fateful meeting with Mr. Naruhodo. You can experience the moment for yourself now, complete with my dramatic rhetoric. Come along now, in you go. This will only take a moment. Really, Sholmes? Surely you can tell me what you said. Well, I uttered some brilliant remark and opened the wardrobe to reveal the stowaway murderer. I think I'll just read about it in The Adventures of Herlock Sholmes. Oh, that's so cute. There's a speaking tube here, look, though it's been stopped with some cloth. So the voices of the crewmen on the bridge aren't an annoyance, I suppose. Or indeed, so that the voices in this cabin aren't heard elsewhere. Could something have happened in here that was for no one else's ears, do you think? Either that, or it could be to prevent snakes from entering. That's really become a favorite case of yours, hasn't it? Oh my god, I love this. I love this so much. Quite the exquisite glass, I must say. See here, how it... Is something wrong, Sholmes? You suddenly trailed off. Ice, Migtoba, ice. What opulence, the first class passengers enjoy chilled drinks. Pardon? Could it be that this steamship is equipped with an electrically refrigerated cold room, do you think? It is a luxury liner, after all. They have enormous refrigerators for storing all sorts of lavish produce as well as ice. On our voyage from Japan, we enjoyed culinary delights from all over the world. Suddenly, Migtoba, the sight of you is making my mouth water. Sir. Bro, that's gay! Bro, that's so gay! I haven't taken on the flavor of food I ate, you know. Oh my god, it got worse! Oh, bro, they weren't just roommates. They were fucking gay as hell. Oh, boy. You love to see it. Oh, man. Exactly. Let us thank the localization team for that beautiful moment. Let's hope there's more. Oh, God, I'm losing it. This is the waste paper basket. Look, and there's still rubbish inside. Indeed. Ah, then let us pry. I've discovered recently I have a penchant for exploring the contents of others' waste paper baskets. I sincerely hope only for your work. Ah. Here we have a notice issued to passengers from 3 days ago. 3 days ago, the night before we arrived in London, when I was still aboard myself. Evacuation drill notice, 31st of October. Following the departure from the port of Dunkirk. I was supposed to read that fast? Okay. Oh yes, there was an evacuation drill, I remember now. For our safety and security, all first-class passengers were constantly under the watchful eye of the crew, and it was a welcome relief to have some privacy for once. The evacuation drill itinerary has been entered into the court record. These are the rules of passage. Passengers must not keep weapons or other dangerous objects in their cabins. Pets are also strictly forbidden. Additionally, there are severe punishments for stowing away in wardrobes and or travel cases. Oh my god. They added a rule after our case. Okay. Okay. Thank you. Good to know. Okay. I feel the rules have increased since I last read them. Probably just my imagination. Oh yeah, it's just the imagination. What about the fact that they're not so straight on the wall? Doesn't that strike you? You may be right. Probably just your imagination though, a trifle. And you know what I always say, Mikitoba? There is nothing important about trifles. Probably just my imagination, but I think that might be slightly off. That's a very sizable trunk indeed. Seishiro is partial to all things large. And a rather clumsy fellow if he failed to notice he'd left that behind. Perhaps he left it on purpose. It's lighter than you might think, but still a hindrance to a speedy escape. Pity. It's locked, so we can't look inside. Surely 5 seconds from now, the situation will be quite different, though? Sadly not. It has a 7-digit combination lock. And I'm not in a morose enough mood to work through all the combinations at present. Shom says, no. That's a substantial heap of clothes on the floor. An overcoat, shirts, and a dressing gown. Momohiki, work trousers, a tanzan robe, and a haramaki waistband. Clearly the clothing of a Japanese man. And clearly, Japanese men are unaccustomed to the culture of their wardrobe. It looks to me as if they've been thrown in a heap like that in something of a hurry. Indeed, you could help yourself to a Japanese man's shirt, perhaps? I'm sure you've made mention of packing too few. I'd very likely drown in one of Seishiro's shirts. No, I'll just buy any extras I need, I think. No. Mariko, thank you so much for the host. I appreciate it. I hope you had a good stream. Oh my god. We got the clothes, and so this moved to there. Okay, there's a lot of baggage here. Plenty of reading materials to keep passengers occupied on the long sea voyages. I found the mixture of classic literature and easy reading to be most satisfactory, I must say. Whoever stocked this bookcase was a hopeless heretic. There's no copy of the Adventures of Sherlock Sholmes, my dear fellows. I'm afraid it's just me, but no, you're quite right. More blasphemous than overlooking the Bible. I shall leave a copy behind. I just happen to have one with me. You're a true missionary of the Church of Great Detectives, aren't you? Why does this keep getting better? Oh my god, I'm going to cry. The wall is a slightly different color just here, you see? Oh, indeed. What you have observed arises when a frame that has been hanging for some time is removed. Perhaps your friend is an art thief. Now there's a bold deduction worthy of a great detective, I'm sure. He may very well be the elusive thief who has been plaguing France's galleries of late. I think perhaps we should focus our attentions elsewhere, Sholmes, don't you? That outline on the wall, I feel as though I might have spotted something of a similar shape and size elsewhere. I wonder what it is. Oh. You're still here? Ah, Abel Seaman Stroganoff. Hello again. Well, I was beginning to think you'd never materialize. You were waiting for me? Of course. I was expecting you to burst in with a hearty Russian profanity far sooner. I was in trouble with Captain because of trick you played before. Ah, poor innocent chicken. It is all your fault. Ship is leaving port soon. Get off now. Oh, of course. We shall disembark presently, my dear fellow, but first. There is something that must be done. What are you talking about? Why, naturally. The debunking of your deceit and the bearing of the truth. Guggle. I'm afraid I see through your lies. For one thing, Mr. Jigoku has not yet left this vessel at all. And for another, my dear Seaman Stroganoff, you know exactly where the man is even as we speak, don't you? How can you? Good gracious, Sholmes, you mean you've worked it out? All of it? It's really been too long, hasn't it, old friend? Aww, I love this so much! Is it like in the Sholmes stories, like like his partner is the only person that he calls friend and like the person that keeps him sane, and like it's like it all just feels so nice. It's so awesome. This is awesome. Ah! Ah! This is so cool! I love this! I love this so much! And what's also feels really cool is like he's treating Mikitoba, I mean, like, they were partners, obviously, so they already have this given relationship, but, like, the way he treats Ryunosuke is pretty much very similar, just without the friend part. But he will. He will. It's really cute. I love this so much. So, would you care to join me for a dance of my inimitable logic and reasoning? Nothing would please me more. What is this? Oh my god! Is this happening? Oh, we have but minutes until the vessel puts to sea. No games now. Oh my god! Ah! Time is of the essence. Mr. Stroganoff, allow me to remind you of your earlier claim. You told us that Jigoku left the ship some 2 hours ago. Duh, that is what I said. Sadly, that was a rather clumsy lie. You see, there is something in this room that quite clearly contradicts it. What? Ah, yes, of course. I see you've noted it too, Mikitoba. Then please, do take the lead. Oh my god, bro, this is so gay. I love it. What in this cabin shows the impossibility of Jigoku having disembarked 2 hours ago. Ah! I'm not. This is so good. This is so good. Let's see what the last 3 years have done to your observational skills then, Mikitoba. It's been 10 years since we last did this, Sholmes, not 3. Oh, why, of course it has. Quite. Now, all the clues are here in this cabin for your eyes to see. But, as I always say, you must not merely look, but observe. Observe, and the answers become clear. So, impress me. I think I can manage that. This is so good. Wait, what am I doing? Oh. I forgot what we were doing. I got so caught up in the moment. One in the cabin shows the impossibility of Jigoku having disembarked 2 hours ago. Mark on the wall. Oh my god, I have to press the original boyfriend. Oh my god. They're partners. Bro, they're gay as fuck and you know it. This is such a moment. This is such a moment. Okay, I forgot what I was supposed to do. The cabin door, yes. What in the cabin shows the impossibility of Jigoku having disembarked 2 hours ago? Oh, the cold ice, because it's still cold.
Take that!
Perhaps you should have cleared away that glass! How curious that the ice shouldn't have melted despite it being abandoned 2 hours ago. I don't think I've fangirled this hard in a really long time. It would appear that the man here was here in this very cabin until moments before our arrival. And with this well-chilled glass in hand, and the music is so good, and he's tap dancing, bro. This is so good. I'm going to cry of happy. Get your mind off the refreshments, Sholmes. One might even conclude that somebody informed him of our boarding. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Stroganoff? But why would Seishiro run from us? Before we consider that question, allow me to confirm one small matter. Would I be correct in saying that these first-class cabins of the SS Grues are the same ones in which you and Mr. Jigoku were accommodated on your voyage from Japan? That's right, they are. I was in the cabin next door and Seishiro was, yes, 50 days in this very cabin during our voyage. As I suspected, for you see, there are traces in this cabin of a dark secret that Mr. Jigoku had to hide. What traces? I know nothing about this. This is news to you, is it, Mr. Stroganoff? Sholmes, what exactly are you getting at? As I said, there are traces in this cabin of some nefarious activity. Something that appears out of place, which I'm quite sure wouldn't have escaped your notice. Something out of place in here? That's the key to this, Mikotoba. The remnants of the dark deed that took place in here are being masked by something quite incongruous. I must say, I didn't foresee ever doing this dance of deduction with you again, Mikotoba. No, quite. But life is full of unexpected twists and turns, as we well know. Now then, let's see if I can't uncover the truth here. Yes, you have the floor, my dear fellow. This is the best game in the world. I love this game a lot. It's the rules of passage in this frame here. They're obviously out of place. The way they're hanging crooked on the wall, as if they were put there in a hurry. Why is my hat not on? Oh my god, yes. Yes, as I'm sure you've already concluded. That frame was originally over here. The shape and size are a perfect match. Duh, you are right. When did frame move? Hardly the most observant of crewmen, are you, Mr. Stroganoff? I would think that your captain is quite justified in having his reservations about your reliability. Oh dear, that really seemed to touch a nerve. So, Mikotoba, why don't you lift that frame off the wall? That looks like a bullet hole. What? Who has been shooting walls? I see the projectile has been removed. Clearly, the careful occupant of this room has already disposed of it. Now then, Mr. Stroganoff. I have the distinct impression that you're attempting to shield said occupant. I don't know what you are talking about. Why would I try to protect Eastern stranger? So we're talking about the same man, I see. Good. I'm sure that we can get to the bottom of this in no time, aren't you? Because there's some very noteworthy evidence that explains the reason why you're lying for this man. Yes, you've been told to keep up this pretense as clearly shown by... I really don't know how to approach this one, Sholmes. Ah, my dear Mikitoba, simply keep first principles in mind. Study your subject from every angle, and I'm quite sure that you'll see it. In fact, I'd put a wager on it. So I'm to glare at this fellow from all sides? Well, I can certainly do that.
Take that!
It's almost too obvious for words. Quite. The universal language of the world. Money. And I'd wager that the Eastern fellow in question is Seishiro Jigoku, yes? So, I presume you realize what this means? There are clearer signs that a crime had been committed in this cabin. And the way that you're going, sir, you'll find yourself accused of being an accomplice. But I believe you know, Mr. Stroganoff. You know where Mr. Jigoku is hiding at this precise moment in time. As always, Mikitoba, in matters of deduction, the furtive glance is your unfaltering ally. Yeah, I think you're onto something there, Sholmes. You found the chink in this burly fellow's armor. Ah, we need only follow the man's gaze to know where our prey is hiding. The slightest flicker of the pupils, a minutely delayed blink. Nothing escapes my attention, even that which is barely perceptible. You could hardly call this barely perceptible, Sholmes. The man's turned his entire head. It's not exactly what you'd describe as a furtive glance, is it? It's almost too obvious. Ah, we shall let your tapping toes decide, my dear fellow. Tapping toes. Yeah, yes, the tapping toes. The large trunk. I want to examine the bullet hole, but I guess they don't let you. It's like a different kind of segment.
Take that!
You turned immediately to look at this large trunk, didn't you? Duh. The truth is, Seishiro Jigoku was unable to escape from the ship in time, and is at this very moment doing his best to stifle his breath inside this trunk. If he still has a breath to take, I fear he may be running dangerously low on air. I imagine he didn't count on us making a nuisance of ourselves for quite so long. I think it would be in everyone's best interest for us to open the trunk as quickly as possible. How can we? Are you forgetting about the combination lock? We don't know the 7-digit code. The combination lock can't be opened from inside the trunk. Therefore, there must have been an arrangement for somebody to open it after our departure. Of course. In short, before Jigoku hid himself inside that trunk, he must have told somebody that 7-digit number for the lock. As I'm sure you can confirm, Mr. Stroganoff? No, I know nothing about combination code. Don't move a muscle, my good seaman. Oh my god. 523104S, and it looks like Sholmes upside down. Oh my god. Bruh. Bruh. This game. This game is motherfucking genius. Oh my god. Bless. Bless this game. Now, Mikitoba, would you do the honors and open the trunk? How on earth do you expect me? It's a 7-digit number, remember? Quickly now, we have little time.
Not gonna watch the stream today because I want to play the game. Hope you have a nice day and a good gameplay.
Thank you for the 8 months hologram, I appreciate it.
Bless this game, thank you.
Okay, okay, I got it, chat. I got it. 5, 2, 3, 1, 0, 4, 5. Five, two. Hold on, I got this. 5, 2, 3, 1. Oh, 5, 2, 3, 1, 0, 4, 5.
Take that!
That did it. It's open. You had to meddle, didn't you? Well, Eugen, you found me now. Say, Shiro. How does this big man fit in that trunk? Don't question it. I was really hoping beyond hope that not to find you here, you know. But you're not entirely unsurprised, I take it? No, quite. I just wish it were some other way. Well, are you ever going to introduce me? Ah, your reputation precedes you, Mr. Sholmes. I've read stories of many of your exploits. Excuse my manners, Sholmes. This is Mr. Jigoku, my old friend and traveling companion. The devil is in the details, Mikitoba. I believe you meant to say your old friend and traveling companion. Who made the cowardly decision to flee the country without a word to anyone when things turned sour. I see my reputation precedes me as well. What an honor. Well, Seishiro, are you going to explain all of this? You know it all now, I imagine. What you didn't know, of course, is that 3 days ago, on the night before our arrival in Britain, an attempt was made on my life here on this very ship. By the Reaper of the Bailey, yeah, I've heard. Because you were once prosecuted by the Reaper, weren't you? 10 years ago now, mind you. And I had no idea at the time what a dangerous individual he was. Anyway, when we arrived in London to find the symposium was postponed until goodness knows when, it became all too apparent to me that I might very well be targeted again. So you decided to flee the capital without saying a word to me about it? I'm afraid so, yes. Of course, I realize it now. That I really ought to have confided in you. It's somewhat surprising, I must say. What is? Well, first-class cabins aboard luxury steamships are in very short supply. It's more than a little hard to believe that this one just happened to be available. So says the protagonist of some colorful short stories. Well, I don't care for your opinion. The cabin did just happen to be available, so I purchased a ticket and here I am. I've just seen for myself the very obvious remnants of that incident in this cabin. So you've already purchased your return ticket before we even docked in Dover, had you? To prevent anyone else taking this cabin and seeing the evidence, is that it? Eugen, I have nothing to say to you. Well, in a mere 5 minutes, this ship will set off on its onward voyage and not make port again until Italy. I'm afraid we must insist that you disembark with us at once. You have no jurisdiction over my movements. We have this, Seishiro. Take it. Metropolitan Police? Wait, is that what that says? What is it? It's a subpoena from the Old Bailey. You're a man of the law. You know what the ramifications of ignoring a document like this from the British courts would be. You came prepared then, Eugene. Come on, let's go. One moment. What is it, Sholmes? Inside Mr. Jigoku's trunk. I found this rather fascinating trinket. What is that, Seichiro? I can't help you, I'm afraid. Some small component from something. But what? I have no idea. By the look on his face, I think he genuinely doesn't know. Well, let us pocket it as a small souvenir of our brief sojourn in France. Well, young Naruhodo, I think we've done as much as we can, I'm afraid. The rest will be on the shoulders of you and your assistant. No, it's over. Oh, it's over. Bring it back. Bring it back, bring it back. That was the best part of this game, man. Oh, we're back to like 2 boyfriends in a room, so it's okay. Except one might be an ex-boyfriend very soon. Kazuma Asagi. I know you, and I know you wouldn't lie, but still, there's no doubt. You're holding something back. You know more than you're saying. Let me backtrack a minute here. One thing has come to my attention. Sholmes is actually 5,000 IQ. I mean, we just got confirmation, basically. When he wants to, his dance of deduction is completely flawless.
Handsome lad on the screen. Who is this lad?
It's a little hot, but okay. I'll play along. Emperor, thank you so much for the 7 months. I appreciate it. So this whole scene with Professor Mikotoba, Sholmes is like, oh, I have 30 minutes. All right, well, time. I guess I can't be a bullshitter anymore. So he's like, actually 5,000 fucking IQ. But that implies that all of his other dance of deductions, he was just fucking around because we had time to fuck around. Nothing was urgent. So he was testing me all this time. That's what that means. He was testing me to make me a better lawyer this whole fucking time. Fucking what? Even with the bomb. Yeah, we had time. He knew it. What is the first thing in that scene? What is the very first thing that Sholmes did? He investigated the time bomb. He saw that we had 15 minutes. He was like, oh, I have time to fuck around. It was the first thing he did. He literally looked at the clock and was like, all right, I got time to fuck, let's go.
Sholmes was making us better in his same bag than us. Galaxy brain band who still can't pay rent.
Yeah, and he purposefully made that moment more dramatic by just disarming it at the 7th second. On purpose. He's been fucking with us this whole game. I love this man so much. Bless this game. That was beautiful. But, okay. My brain is woke. I'm gonna keep going. So if we are accusing Mr. Kazuma Asagi in this courtroom right now, if that's where this game is going,
You know what that means? If the first step is accusing Kazuma Asagi, who's gonna be on that prosecution table? I don't know. We'll see where this goes. I have a hunch. All right, here we go.
The Phantom Thieves are super lame.
Thank you so much for the 500 bits. I
You
appreciate
should
it.
look up partners. The game is
I need
afoot.
water too.
Let's dance, my dear fellow. It's a special musical arrange of that last theme that is great but doesn't show in main game.
Sounds good. I'm gonna be looking at all this stuff after I play. Thank you guys for all the support. I appreciate it. That was my favorite part of this game. That was beautiful. And the fact that we got like even the old friend shit, like, beautiful dialogue, beautiful moments. I need more. I need more. Oh, this game is so good. Oh! During the past 30 minutes when this court was adjourned, its possible efforts were expended. But sadly, Mr. Jugoku's whereabouts could not be ascertained. We must accept the unfortunate conclusion that the Reaper has already done the deed. There's no sense in wasting any more of the court's time. The prosecution calls for an immediate verdict.
Objection!
Objection! No, the trial cannot end now. Yeah, I gotta look at the shit. So we have 3 more pieces of shit. The headband. Karma, the great blade. It's such a thing of beauty. I want to gaze on it for hours. And Kazuma does this to it. The tip of the great sword broken. And such a shame. It's been so meticulously cared for over the years. I can almost hear Karuma's sobs. Kazuma must have really taken a swing for that to happen. The blade. The blade. Okay, the evacuation drill notice. Following the departure from the port of Dunkirk, all crew members are required to assemble on the main deck at 10 p.m. in order to review evacuation procedures. The drill will take 20 minutes. Crew to resume duties as soon as the drill is over. 10 p.m. Okay. A small machine part that Mr. Sholmes found in Judge Jigoku's cabin on the SS Grues. How did we acquire this? You know what? Video game magic. I'm not even gonna question it because I don't care. This game is fucking fantastic. You see these little things all over the place, don't you? It's the part on the top of a pocket watch that you twist to set the time, isn't it? It's called the crown, I believe. A watch would be quite useless without one. The crown, like what sits on top of a monarch's head, that's a very grand name for such a tiny part. But actually, Mr. Naruto, if this is a crown, I have a feeling I might have seen a monarch around here somewhere with a very bare head. If by monarch you mean pocket watch, I'm quite sure you have. That's all we get? Okay. So, do I get more? What do you think, Mrs. Sato? I feel sure I know exactly what will fit here. I was thinking precisely the same thing. We're about to see that the little round component is actually part of Gregson's broken pocket watch. Just like mine! Wait, I wonder if mine looks like just like that. Oh, bitch, mine looks better! Get on my level of pocket watch, bitch. You wanna see my crown? Let me show you. Let me show you, chat. This is what a crown looks like. I'll show you. You see that top? You see how majestic that is? Yeah, that's what a crowd, that's what that looks like. That's right, bitch. Mine's way better. He needs a way better pocket watch, that's all I'm saying. This is the shit. A perfect fit. I knew it. All right, perhaps you knew it. I'll make a note of this new information at once. It's now clear that it's the missing crown of Inspector Gregson's pocket watch. The man's dead? Well, he had this pocket watch for like his whole life as a Scotland Yard and person, like. And he was supposed to be like the legendary. Well, the Mr. Legendary Inspector should have had a better pocket watch, just saying.
I'm so glad you got into this series. Can't wait for you to play the others.
Although
I gotta go, don't want spoilers by A.
He wouldn't want to have a cheap, actually no, maybe he wanted a cheap pocket watch for the wounding thing. He wanted to wind it up every day. It's true. True, true. Thank you so much, Rangers, for the 5 months. I really appreciate it. All right, we got the update. We now know where the thing goes, and I still have 3 pages of shit, and a 4th page has started. How much evidence are we gonna fucking have in this courtroom, in this court record? The trial cannot end now. You're a Japanese man, Ryunosuke. You should know when to lay down your sword. And you should know never to presume when the battle is won. The court has already been presented with all the evidence and heard all relevant testimony, and there can only be one conclusion, that the accused is guilty. All relevant testimony, far from it. There's still a crucial witness from whom the court is yet to hear a single word of testimony. In that case, call your witness to the stand at once, counsel. Can we? Yes, my lord. Tomorrow, if possible. The witness is already on his way and scheduled to arrive tomorrow. Who on earth is this crucial witness? Seishiro Jigoku. The very man allegedly murdered by the Reaper. Judge Jigoku, you found him. The investigations of every policing resource in the capital suggest that Jigoku is already dead. How in the name of God did you find the man? He was located in France during the recess at the port of Dunkirk. Thanks to one of Mr. Herlock Sholmes' famous deductions. Herlock Sholmes. Inspector Gregson almost certainly met with Mr. Jigoku on the night of his death. Because, along with Prosecutor Asagi, Gregson was on the mission to assassinate the man. Which means that Seishiro Jigoku is the sole witness who can clarify exactly what happened aboard the SS Grues on the 31st of October. Well, it would appear that it's too soon to move to adjudication at this point. The prosecution concurs. The court must hear Mr. Jigoku's testimony. The judgment should be passed until... no judgment should be passed until all testimony has been considered. In that case, I hereby call the end of today's proceedings. Court will reconvene in the same hour tomorrow. No objections from either side. No, my lord. No objections, my lord. We live to fight another day by the skin of our teeth. This is getting spicy. Spicy, spicy. To be continued. Let's go! We got more to uncover! We're not done! We are... Actually, I am not overwriting that save. Nope, 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 nope. Another one. I gotta relive that moment. Woo-hoo-hoo! The unexpected halt of proceedings sent a clamor around the courtroom. But outside the Bailey, where Londoners knew nothing of the secret trial within, it was a typical still night. Then, at a little past 8 o'clock that evening, Mr. Sholmes and his partner returned to Baker Street. Whoa, that's a feast! Holy shit! Is that like an entire gigantic chicken? Or turkey? We have returned, my dear fellows! Welcome back to Britain, and thank you for your timely help. Think nothing of it. I believe you've had an even more wearing day than Mikatoba and I know. Oh, you could say that. We were on the brink of defeat in court earlier. So, this prosecutor Asagi had you on the ropes, did he? And he's your best friend, you say? Well... he's not really the man I knew in Japan anymore. Kazuma's changed. Mr. Naruhodo... I mean, it's credible. It's incredible to think that he'd even entertain the idea of acting as the Reaper's assassin. Well, nevertheless, you must introduce me. After all, I've only ever met the young man as a corpse. When all this started, almost a year ago now. Mr. Sholmes still hasn't told us the truth about what really happened back then. About the motivation for what he himself described as a great detective's lie. Now then, I must say, it's really quite a journey all the way to France. Well, it is another country, Mr. Sholmes, so what news of Judge Jigoku? We took him to Scotland Yard. The investigating detectives there have a lot of questions for the man. Poor Professor Mikatoba, this must be quite a shock for him. Ah, yes. I picked this up at the telegraph office on our way home. Surely, you haven't forgotten already? I put upon you for the own matter only yesterday. Yeah, we sent a telegram to Japan for some reason. You put upon me, Sholmes. I had to fill out your telegram to Japan and foot the bill as well. You've had a reply already? What was so urgent though, Mr. Sholmes? Ah, such matters can wait until later. I'm far too hungry for an involved conversation at present. No, you're just dodging. As you always do.
Well, that's good news, because supper is ready, everyone.
Ah, and what a feast it is! If I were none the wiser, I'd think the trial were won already! Roast beef, kippers, stew, steak, and kidney pie, Yorkshire pudding.
Tomorrow could be a very long day, so eat up!
In that case, I think I'll seat myself just here. This place appears to be the only one set with a helping of pheasant as well.
Oh, sorry, Hurley, not there.
Huh? Why ever not? Are we in set places this evening?
Yes, and that place is for Susie's daddy.
For me?
That's right, I made it especially for you, Professor Mickey.
I see. Well, that's terribly kind of you.
It's a shame, really.
What do you mean?
For a brief moment, I believed it. That Susie and I were half-sisters, I mean.
Iris, do you mean...
Yes, I know now. I overheard yesterday. I secretly listened into the conversation you had after I tricked you all into thinking I had left.
Whoa. Whoa, and Sholmes is dead. I've been trying to keep this secret for 10 years! The misunderstanding arose because of that autopsy report from 10 years ago, but actually, it turned out that neither Dr. Wilson nor Professor Nikitoba are Iris's father. It's Judge Jigoku! Oh yes, about that, Iris. You know I know. You can't tell me at the moment. Iris.
The pheasant is, by way of an apology. I'm sorry for eavesdropping.
No. That's quite all right. Why don't I get an apologetic pheasant? Just who is Iris's father? I suppose that's not something that we'll be finding out today. So then, let us dine, while our largely pheasantless plates are still piping hot. Fine idea, Sholmes. It all looks absolutely delicious.
Eat as much as you like. There are always seconds.
This could be our last chance to ask questions before tomorrow's trial. About that telegram from Japan and about Kazuma. I can't let this opportunity slip away. Who sits like that? Why not stretch your legs? You look like you're hiding something, bro. You look so sus. You sit like that? He looks so sus. It looks like he's hiding something in his hand and like looking glaringly in this direction for some reason. It's because he's gay? What? Oh. Okay, well I do have to pee real quick because I've been drinking a ton of water. So give me a quick second and then we'll talk. Oh, the roaches. Give me 1 second. I already went through an entire bottle of water already. These voices do be taking it all out of me. Alrighty, Sholmes. Sholmes' incredible 5,000 IQ has been bullshitting us this entire game. I'm not mad about it, by the way. No. Not me. Been playing less like a... He's been playing us like a fiddle this whole fucking game. Mr. Sholmes, what are you doing? Oh. Oh, that was like his mopey sitting pose. Got it. Surely it's abundantly clear that I wasn't brooding over Mikotoba's refusal to share his pheasant with me. Nevertheless, I felt the need to withdraw from the social circle for a while and look on with hungry eyes.
Sorry, Hurley, but I cooked that pheasant especially for Susie's daddy.
Even though I've played the role of father to you for far longer. Mr. Sholmes, could I discuss something with you? Certainly, my dear fellow. I find myself quite in the mood for a spell of conversation. Well, that's a first. You're not dodging? No doubt you're hungry to learn more of my deep love of game. I can probably contain my curiosity on that one. You needn't look at me in that fashion. In what fashion? It seems that before we discuss the pheasant, we have some rather unpheasant matters to discuss. A telegram from Japan. So, what was in the telegram that you received back from Japan then? Ah, this. I thank my lucky stars it arrived in time. Record found as indicated, duplicate follows. K. Asagi, A. Shin. T. Gregson, J. Wilson. Yeah, the 4 names. We've come across that exact same list before. They came up in that unforgettable case last spring. The hit list, we were assuming it was a hit list. What appeared to be a simple case of aggravated murder turned out to be masking monumental intrigue. A plot that involved the sale of British governmental secrets to foreign states. And exposing the means by which those secrets were being leaked, we deciphered a fragment of a message. Kiyosagi, A. Shin, T. Gregson, J. Wilson. But we didn't find the names out until the case was over, and we never did get to the bottom of what they meant. All we knew was that the information had been sent by somebody in the British government to somebody in Japan. So, why are the names coming up again now? Yes! Where did the sender of your telegram discover them, Sholmes? I have here the message I had wired yesterday. Allow me to read it for you. Enter Judge Jigoku's office undetected and investigate telegram records. I fucking hate how sharp he is. Expect to find communication from Britain dated 1 year ago. List of 4 names. Need by tomorrow. Naruto. He put my name on it? Wait. I sent it to a detective I know who specializes in clandestine missions of this nature. Hosonaga. Oh my god. You asked Inspector Hosonaga to undertake such an onerous task for you? And in my name? I wonder what guise he opted for this time. My dear fellows, it was a matter of great urgency, you understand? Anyway, the list of names was found in Seishiro's office as Sholmes predicted. That mysterious collection of names that was sent from Britain to Japan was... It was sent to Judge Jigoku. He was the intended recipient. I don't believe it. That doesn't answer the question of what the list of names actually signifies. Of course, Sholmes knows. I did formulate a hypothesis about that. Without a shred of evidence, I couldn't possibly have shared it. Mr. Sholmes looks deadly serious for once. That tragedy we had to go through on the SS Grues. It was all for nothing. Cosmo wasn't dead at all. We were completely taken in by the lie you told us. Your great detective's lie. took no pleasure in deceiving you. However, at the time, all that concerned me was preventing the young man's study tour from taking place, whatever the cost. I capitalized on the events that transpired to see that he was sent back to Japan. His remains, you mean? Precisely, Mrs. Sato. And then, I made sure that somebody else was sent to Britain in his stead. The arrangement between our two countries was already in place. One university student and one judicial assistant to be accommodated on a study tour. In other words, by arranging for somebody else to fill the place originally intended for Mr. Asagi, I would successfully prevent the man from arriving on our shores for several years at least. Do you mean to say that it was all in aid of stopping Kazuma coming to Britain? That's why you... Think back, Mr. Naruto. Was there somebody who quite casually urged you to continue on the voyage to England? The terms of this study tour were negotiated by the Department of Justice in both Great Britain and Japan. In light of Mr. Asagi's unfortunate death, I'm afraid the study tour can no longer go ahead. My dear fellows, the majority of problems have an extremely simple solution, you know. All you require is one lawyer, and the study tour can continue, surely. There's no one else with the necessary qualifications, Mr. Sholmes. We know of no other lawyer. The voyage to London still promises a good month of time. Ample opportunity, I would say, to find yourselves another suitable lawyer. You manipulated me. No shit. I've often remarked on the extraordinary lengths to which friendship will drive a man. I was quite sure that you would rise to the challenge for your late friend. I don't believe it. But if it was all contrived... I mean, what happened was treated by the authorities as murder. A woman was mistakenly arrested as the perpetrator. What do you suppose became of her? Naturally, I didn't allow the apprehension to have any serious repercussions. I subsequently explained everything and assisted the unfortunate soul in finding the foreign refuge she sought. I seem to remember Mrs. Sato and I had some rather strong words for her. Well, she was certainly not devoid of all guilt. She deserved every word, I'm sure. I wonder if she made it to America then. This still... I'm afraid I simply cannot comprehend it. Why would you go to such lengths, Mr. Sholmes? Why were you so determined to stop Kazuma-sama from reaching Britain? The truth is, 12 months ago, there was already a very tangible omen of the impending tragedy, you see. An omen that at this very moment in time is close at hand. An omen of all these tragic events that already existed a year ago is close at hand? We need to find out exactly what Mr. Sholmes knows. The contradiction is a little weird to me. Unless I'm remembering the very beginning of the game wrong, which is always possible. But Mikitoba was insistent on Kazuma going on the study tour. Actually, yeah, I am remembering that right, because he was insistent on the study tour taking place, and so like that would put Mikitoba and Sholmes in contradictory places. Mikitoba was insistent on Kazuma going, and then Sholmes was actively stopping it, so like the boyfriends are fighting. So, again, that would imply that either Mikitoba just doesn't know, which I don't find likely. The Hound of the Baskervilles still had to make its way from Japan to Britain, so there had to be an interaction. So why? There literally had to be an interaction of some sort. The manuscript doesn't just go across seas magically. Hosonaga. Well, we did know that his name would come back up eventually. So, I guess we have to... I guess we're forced to present Sholmes with some stuff. Just not sure what. Alright, Sholmes, what do you want? You want Karma? He doesn't want Karma. My attention is entirely drawn to one single matter now, the pheasant. You would think you haven't eaten in weeks, oh my god. Oh, look at your bunny! Look at the little Lucky Charm, isn't it really cute? Oh, he doesn't care. He only cares about his pheasant, not about the Lucky Charm. What the fuck, bro? What the shit? What do you want, Sholmes? What do you want? Do I need to go back further? We need to go back a bit further. Oh, look at this picture I have! Oh, he doesn't care about seeing Lord Van Zeek's happy. What the fuck, bro? You don't care? Can't believe he doesn't care. Sholmes? Man? What do you want? He gave us these things. I'm not about to... What the fuck, bro? What the fuck? Oh, hey, look at this photograph. We're all... so Susato and Mikotoba are happy. We're sweating bullets, and Jigoku looks like he's about to commit murder in this picture. Like, boy is... He got the eyes of a killer in this picture. Just saying, just pointing it out. Oh, my armband. I always present my armband. What do you mean, bitch? Can't believe this nonsense. Can't fucking believe it. What's up?
Hi.
Oh.
I am bored.
What?
I'm bored.
You're bored?
Yeah, what's up?
Here, I'll let... Okay, wait. Since we're actually... Okay, we'll let Dawn play. Here you go.
How do we play?
I just need you to pick a piece of evidence and you present it with the X button.
Okay.
Give Sholmes something. What do you want to give Sholmes?
Give me some context.
You want context. We're presenting Sholmes... Actually, we're presenting him something that would force him to talk. We want him to talk about past events.
Sholmes?
Sholmes, yes, you're talking to Sholmes right now.
Why do we want him to talk about past events?
Because he knows everything and he's being a little shit and not talking.
He's not...
So we're trying to force the man to talk.
Well...
He's a little shit. Just don't question it.
Having a gun seems like a good evidence for something.
We want him to talk about the past. This is a current thing, so it can't be the gun.
Then maybe a framed photograph.
You can present whatever you want. This is your game now.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. Some Something from the past?
Something from the past. Or the present that makes him talk about the past, but... You got 4 pages of evidence. Yeah, pick one. Oh, threatening him with a gun might work. Oh, we just pointed at him. Talk! Yeah, you try the gun. That's a good idea.
Sure.
Why not? You don't lose anything. Just randomly.
I would go for that, if not the gun.
It's not the photograph, I'll tell you that much.
Oh, okay, okay.
The revolver. Try pointing a gun at him. Let's see what happens.
Yes.
Okay, no. Hold the B button. That makes shit go by faster.
Why are we skipping him?
He says the same thing all the time.
Wow.
If you don't give him the right thing.
Oh.
It's just dialogue.
So you're not dead, you can just try again.
Yeah. That's why I'm saying just pick evidence that you think would get him to talk.
Oh.
Oh, I think I figured it out. It took me a while, but yeah. This is Dom's game. No, this is Dom's game now.
What do you mean?
Dom's game.
I don't have enough information.
You don't need information. That's how you play this game. You just present random shit, and something works eventually. Nope. Okay, Sholmes doesn't want to talk. You got this, Dom.
Ow.
You got this. You need to get that man to talk.
Yeah?
Yeah. You're close. You're getting close.
What do you mean?
You're getting very warm. I'm giving you a hot versus cold game. You're getting warm? Because now I know what the answer is now. Warmer?
I don't know.
Just pick anything. Pick anything. You lose nothing.
Oops.
It's okay. Present. Unless you want to stare at Sholmes. Like, look at how... Do you see that vest that I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Of course I told Dom about the vest.
Of course.
He knows all about the vest.
True, you are backseating, but...
Well, you don't know. He's asking for direction.
Definitely don't know anything. You think a pocket watch? Wait. Never mind. Mention the pocket. I don't know.
You got it. You lose nothing. Don't worry about it. You don't lose anything. It's your game. Sholmes doesn't care. What a bitch. Okay, now we can't skip that. That was it. Thank you, Dom. Very good, very good. You did great.
Yeah?
I'm proud of you. There was no room for doubt with your instructions in this telegram, Mr. Sholmes. You were very clear that it was Judge Jigoku's office that should be searched, so... Aw, see, chat's clapping for you. Good job, good job. See, Dom's a gamer. He did that all by himself.
Yeah.
You see, the 5,000 IQ runs in the roommate family. He didn't even need context and he got it.
Chat is cute. I like the peoples.
You did great. I'm proud of you. I'll make you that vest.
I convinced Sholmes.
You can. Well, you didn't convince him. He's just gonna talk now.
Convinced him to talk.
In a way, I guess.
Oh.
He's just a little shit. You obviously knew that's where the list of names would be found.
Okay, see you later.
Okay,
Bye,
thank
chat.
you. I hope that cured your boredom a little bit. But we only learned of those 4 names just over 6 months ago now. And only because they appeared as part of a top secret government communication, top secret government communications that were leaked. That's true, yes. But in that time you were unaware of the background. You see, those 4 names were wired to Japan. Around 6 months before that, approximately this time last year, in fact, when you were both still in Japan. It really would be hypocrisy on my part to reprove others for intercepting state secrets. Because after all, I'm perpetually eavesdropping on communications between the British and Japanese governments. You're perpetually doing what? How? Never mind the details, but you should know. No secret is safe from Herlock Sholmes when he has designs on knowing it. Mr. Sholmes, what a fabulous line! Now, 1 month after that list of 4 names was wired to the recipient Jigoku in Japan, Dr. John H. Wilson was murdered. As soon as I learnt of the incident, a hypothesis rapidly took shape in my mind. As it turns out, I was partly correct and partly mistaken. Nevertheless, it was the beginning of all the tragic events that were to follow. Mr. Sholmes, please tell us what you know. Tell us about these 4 names and the tragedy to which they are all somehow connected. This music is so good. As I said, when I learned of Dr. Wilson's murder in Japan, my mind immediately turned to those 4 names because, you see, there was someone else on the list who I believe to be recently deceased. What? Who? A Shin, as it was transcribed in Japanese script, in actual fact, Miss Asa Shin. That was a familiar name to me. She was a professional killer, well known among London's unsavory classes. I see. She had completely vanished from existence several months before Wilson's murder. So I came to the logical conclusion that she had herself been killed. And accordingly, I became fearful for the lives of the remaining 2 persons on the list. Kiyosagi and T. Gregson. Owing to our proximity, I decided to take measures to protect Gregson myself. But I determined it would be safest if young Asagi was to stay away from Britain. Ah, that's the discrepancy. Okay. That's why you went to such lengths to prevent his study tour from going ahead. Why not tell Mikitoba? You already knew who Kazuma-sama was, Mr. Sholmes. Yup. Oh yes, Sholmes and I have exchanged correspondence for years. I'd recounted many tales of Asagi to him in my letters, and the news of Dr. Wilson's death, of course.
So Dr. Wilson is dead then? I didn't know.
Iris.
I know he wasn't my daddy, but still, that's very sad.
Ah. So sorry, Iris. We knew the significance of the name, obviously, but we just couldn't bring ourselves to tell you.
No.
But what you just told us, Mr. Sholmes, doesn't completely tie in with the facts. There's one big hole in your hypothesis. A big hole, Mr. Naruhodo. Ah, yes. You mean about Asa Shin, I presume? I mean, there's another big hole, but okay, sure, that one. Exactly, she wasn't killed, was she? She was in Japan posing as a visiting student under the assumed name Giselle Brett. I'm glad you're keeping up, my dear fellow. But I only became aware of that fact 2 days ago in the foyer of the Great Waterloo Hotel. What? That's why he jumped the telegram. He overheard our conversation. The hypothesis that I'd formed surrounding those 4 names was completely turned topsy. Topsy hypothesis. Oh! My god! Wait, Topsy! Topsy! It went Topsy! I get it! Oh my god, it's not a hit list! They're oh my god! They're assassins! I get you! I get you! Topsy! It's not a hit list! Is it? Not a hit list? They are the hit! They're the hitters! Oh! Flip the the situation upside down, Crystal. Oh my god, Sholmes, you're a fucking genius. You're a genius, bro. What the fuck? Oh my god, I just had to throw my head on the ground. Whoa! Topsy-turvy. Yes. Sometimes you need to take the situation, flip it upside down. Oh! Ah! Okay. We gotta keep going. I had believed all 4 names on the list to be names of victims. Yes, me too. However, I was mistaken. This telegram is a list of both victims and killers. Indeed, and it would seem that Miss Shin was dispatched from Britain with the sole intention of dispatching Dr. Wilson. Her visiting student status being merely a front. Which would of course explain why no motive could be determined for her actions. So the real reason Dr. Wilson was killed by assassin is because he was the target of the assassination. And forearmed with that knowledge, fresh consideration of this telegram puts the list in a very different perspective. Oh my god. This is so sad. This is so sad. This is so sad. Oh my god! What does it not strike you? There is another among the 4 who subsequently became a visiting student. Oh my god. A name you know only too well. You did say in court earlier today. Oh, gears are spinning, bro. Oh, Jesus. In conclusion, this document is a contract of sorts. An international agreement, one might say, detailing an assassin exchange. An assassin exchange? How could Kazuma possibly have got involved in something like that? Between Jigoku and Strongheart. Let's assume that we have 2 parties, each wishing to dispose of a distinct individual. Those 2 parties then make a contract to swap their respective assassination targets. That would be an assassination exchange. So to begin with, the British assassin is dispatched as a visiting student to Japan, where she kills her target. And then the Japanese assassin is dispatched as a visiting student to Britain in order to eliminate his target. It certainly does sound like an exchange. What on earth is the point? Don't forget, Naruhodo, that the British assassin at least escaped conviction, thanks to diplomatic immunity afforded by consular jurisdiction. Such jurisdiction should be null and void under the terms of the new treaty between our 2 countries. So the fact that it was brought into play suggests intervention at the very highest levels. These murders were 2 sides of the same coin, linked not by a common motive, but by contractual agreement. As such, they appeared utterly unrelated, yet in truth, the assassins were complicit in one singular devilish scheme. That disassociation and the safeguard of diplomatic immunity were, I believe, the motivation behind this plot. Wait, Mr. Sholmes. If this telegram really is describing the exchange of assassins as you're suggesting, it would mean that the Japanese killer's target was never Seishiro Jigoku at all. It would mean Asagi's target was actually Inspector Gregson. No, Jigoku wasn't the mark, but he ordered it. He's part of the exchange. That's exactly what it would mean. I hold myself personally responsible for failing to keep the inspectors safe. Mr. Sholmes. I told him of my fears and implored him to seek a transfer to an overseas position. Obviously, with the young pickpocket in tow. Come to think of it, Inspector Gregson did mention that to us at the Great Exhibition. I had assumed that Gregson knew, but he didn't. Sholmes told him. Then he'd be transferring to the Paris police and taking Gina with him. But without informing me, he engaged in one last assignment, it seems. And sadly, it turned out to be his very last. This is too much to take in. Iris, I don't know if I'm... Oof. Oh, I don't know if I can. That sheds a whole new light, huh? The three friends that came to Britain, Mikotoba, Jigoku, and Professor, and Genshin Asagi. Jigoku started working with Strongheart. Mikotoba started working with Sholmes. Genshin Asagi is still a giant question mark. He did kill someone. Oh my god, wait. Wait. With Clint. There's still a small mystery there. There's a small mystery there. But if this is implying Jigoku and Strongheart and Gregson, oh, and then 10 years ago, wouldn't that be fucked up? God, this writing is so good. It really, I'll say it again. I'll say it again. This is what I love about the writing of this game is how much they bait you, like the bait and switch so much, but it works. It works every time so beautifully. They really make you feel like that list of 4 people is a hit list, and they even complete it by having Giselle Brett die. You know, she wasn't supposed to, so it gives you that bait that like, oh, okay, this is a hit list and Gregson's gonna die next. Gives you a bait, dude. It's so good. It continuously does that. I'm fascinated. I'm fascinated. Ah! Just the way that this story unfolds and twists and baits you is beautiful. Who wrote this? I want them to have their own museum. They deserve like a museum of genius writing all to themselves. This is so fucking good. I can't. Like, it's so good.
Shu Takumi? Dude's a fucking genius. I can't. You know what I'm gonna do as a result? Like, I'm so fascinated by this game and this writing. I'm so fascinated. Like, you know what I'm gonna do after playing this game? I'm literally gonna look up all the games that he's written and play all of them. I'm sure they all aren't, maybe they all aren't as good because usually writers have like a, you know, not all of their stuff can be amazing, but I am going to play all of them. This is so good. This is so good. I cannot. My brain has exploded too many times that I just, oh, it's so beautiful. Kudos. I get what the writer's putting down. I get it, and it's so beautiful. I can only admire this so much. It's such a good game. Oh man. Sorry, I'm just like having an epiphany. I'm just like, it's so good. I will be looking at all those games. I'm just so fascinated. I hope that he keeps writing. Shu Takemi. I hope that they keep writing stuff. Please keep writing stuff. Please. I need more.
All right, everyone. That's quite enough of all that serious talk for one day. Isn't it, Hurley? I mean, look at the time.
Ah, quite right, Iris. We must conclude our preparations for tomorrow.
What preparations? Well, I think I should make my way back to my hotel room now. This has certainly been a night to remember.
It is a little bit sad, though. I mean, I like the idea of you being my daddy. Because then Susie would have been my big sister.
Aww. I'm sorry, Iris.
I know, Iris. I was thinking quite the same thing.
Also, besides the writer, I also have to give major props to the localization team. They fucking nailed localization. I don't think I've ever been so impressed by localization, and I just gotta put that out there too, because fucking great. Localization team deserves a kudos too.
If somebody like me would be worthy, I'd be delighted to become your sister. Oh. Wait, really? Oh yes, without question. So you'll teach me all the ways that you know to throw Runo to the floor?
Oh, come on. You didn't have to agree quite so readily.
But wait a minute, if Susie's going to be my big sister, you could be my big brother if you want, Runo.
Huh? I mean, yes, of course. If you'll have me, I'd gladly be your brother. Well done, Iris. We must always be mindful of feelings. I've raised you so well. Because being sensitive is your strong suit, naturally. We made a little family. I'm gonna fucking cry. Oh.
Right, I'm going to work extra hard for tomorrow now because it's for my big brother and sister.
Oh.
What is all this talk about preparing for tomorrow? Preparing for what? You'll just have to wait and see.
Good luck in court tomorrow. I'm expecting a stellar performance. I'll do my very best, of course. The overnight break in the trial's proceedings became a crucial turning point. Exposing new truths whilst posing new conundrums. That list of 4 names on the telegram in Judge Jigoku's office.
and the extraordinary assassination plot in which my best friend had somehow become involved. I felt as though I had plunged into an even darker, greater darkness all of a sudden. But at the same time, I felt sure that I would see light again soon. Oh, I was lucky enough to have the most wonderful family in the world standing steadfastly behind me. Oh my god. Now I'm crying. That's so precious. Oh. Go fucking cry. Bro. Oh. Bro. That's so cute. That's so cute. I like my family. And the worst part is we're gonna be split up. 2 of us live in Britain and 2 of us live in Japan. What do I do? I don't know. So good. God, this game is so good. It's the best fucking game. Before we begin today, I have a brief announcement. As with the closed trial 10 years ago, some astonishing facts have come to light in these proceedings. The revelation that the well-known Reaper is actually an organization illegally executing its own brand of justice, and the discovery that a respected yard inspector was at its heart until he himself perished in an assassination plot. Well, I say to all members of the judiciary here present on this occasion, we will stop at nothing to uncover the whole truth behind these disturbing findings. Counsels, you will undertake this trial with the resolve to pursue the truth to the bitter end. Resolve, yes, that's my intention. My lord, if I may inquire, the defendant may speak. On what grounds is Kazuma Asagi permitted to continue in his role as a prosecutor? Oh! Oh! Shots fired! He has admitted to colluding with the victim in the plot to assassinate an innocent man. Boom! He shouldn't be enjoying the privilege of freedom, let alone be leading the prosecution. I submitted a written petition to Lord Strongheart, requesting that judgment of my transgressions be delayed by 1 day. You did what? In today's proceedings, I intend to expose everything. My whole life, for the last 10 years, has all been leading up to this 1 day. Whatever the outcome of this trial, I give my word that I will accept whatever punishment is deemed appropriate, however severe. And I suggest you prepare yourself for the same, Reaper. Oh, I'm sorry. I have to stop myself. I want to compliment the writing again. The switch is so beautiful. You have Van Zeeks that was driven by revenge this whole time, but had character development that he's, you know, He'd fought his racism and everything to become a better person. And Van Zieks is like doing a 180, and Cosma, the complete opposite. These bait and switchers. I'm just, okay. Cosma is bristling with hostility today. I get the distinct impression we're heading into a very dangerous territory. Is that really even Cosma standing before us? As an extreme exception to normal practices, I have granted this prosecutor's request. The defense finds this acceptable, I presume? Yes, my lord. In that case, in the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session again. We resume the closed hearing of Beric von Zieks. I will save my boyfriend! The defense is ready, my lord. I stand for character development. Let's fucking go! The prosecution is more than ready. I stand character development in this house, buddy boy. Cosma, you're going down! This is my courtroom! Prosecutor Asagi, begin. As you wish, my lord. The prosecution calls the first witness to the stand. Bring Seishiro Jigoku into the courtroom! At last, then, we've reached the final battle. He's putting literally everything on the line in order to get to the truth. Come on, Ryunosuke. It's time for that steely resolve, because this is going to test it to the limit. Let's go! I'm so ready! Witness, state your name and occupation for the court. So it was you who issued this, was it? Your subpoena? I did what was necessary. Well, look what the young man has become. I didn't think I'd see the day when you'd take that tone with me, I must say. The witness will ensure his responses are pertinent to the questions asked. My name is Seishiro Jigoku, a Supreme Court judge from the Empire of Japan. 16 years ago, this man came to London as a visiting student. 6 years later, he returned to Japan. As well as presiding over the Supreme Court, he is also currently Japan's Minister of Foreign Affairs. I am, of course, fully aware of Mr. Jigoku and his preeminent roles. I invited him personally to the International Forensic Science Symposium as a representative of his country. I hear he also played a key role in the conclusion of the Anglo-Japanese Treaty of Friendship and Navigation. It was a great honor to be involved in the negotiations. I put my all into that treaty. Judge Jigoku, I must ask. Well, I never. Fancy the young murdering student turning up here of all places. You acquitted me yourself. And now I'm a practicing defense lawyer. Yes, and full of self-importance, like your friend across the courtroom, I see. You came here to London by invitation to the International Forensic Science Symposium. But then, without informing anyone of your plans, you took flight to France. Took flight? I have to object to that turn of phrase. Then explain yourself. What exactly were the circumstances? Well, I was somewhat expecting this, and I'm sorry to say. I decline to comment. Leaving the country prematurely when I was invited guest may be questionable etiquette. But my decision is unrelated to this case. I can't be bound to testify. Unrelated, you say? I appreciate that a respected police inspector has been killed, for which I offer my condolences. However, being an alien, I'd obviously never met the man, nor do I know the first thing about him. As such, I'm in no position to testify. It's as simple as that. So you would run from all of this? I beg your pardon? This case is far more reaching than the murder of Inspector Gregson. It has ties to another murder, a case that was tried in Japan almost a year ago. A year ago in Japan, the murder of Dr. John H. Wilson, you mean? That's right, and you, Judge Jigoku, are at the heart of both cases. The defense has evidence to prove it. Well, Ryunosuke, I see from the look in your eyes that you're resolved to carry this through to the very end, too. Let's see your evidence. What proof do you have that Seishiro Jigoku is involved in this case?
Take that!
What on earth is that? This piece of evidence is a welcome present to the courthouse. Oh, did I do the wrong thing? I think I was supposed to do the other one. Oh, shit. The other thing. The other part of the pocket watch. That's the extent of your resolve? You disappoint me, Ryunosuke Naruhodo. I was so confident. Come on, I feel like both answers should work. I already have it updated in the court record and everything. That should work. Whatever. Evidence showing a few key names even. Blah, 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 blah. I know I was wrong. I get the point.
Take that!
Wait, huh? Whoa, 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 whoa. Oh, my confidence. Oh. Whoa. My confidence just got completely shot. Oh. Well, okay, I guess okay. I am no longer confident. It's all gone. Confidence dead. Whatever. How does this not work? I don't understand. What? Why would this have been on? Oh wait, he claimed that he didn't know anything about it, huh? I guess that's the silver lining. It was with him in the trunk, but he had no idea. Okay, fine. I was really confident, dude.
Take that!
Again? Oh god, this is the first thing. Oh Jesus. This just shot my whole confidence for the whole rest of this game. It's all gone. Confidence gone. What is confidence? Don't even know her. Don't even know her name anymore. Oh my god. Well, on the bright side, it does give me time to actually look at all my 4 pages of shit again. Literally 4 pages of shit. Was this not found in the room? Okay. Telegram friend situation. Oh! Oh my god.
Take that!
Two times in a row this telegram gets me. Okay. The communication contained 4 names. K. Asagi, A. Shin, T. Gregson, and J. Wilson. Well, that made him very mad. You little... Where did you get that? Oh my god, what if he breaks the stand again? They said that 10 years ago that he was prosecuting and he broke the stand. I have a feeling that's gonna happen again. In Tokyo. From your office, Judge Jigoku. How on earth did you... What's this all about? Why is my name on that list? This list of 4 names follows a certain pattern. T. Gregson and J. Wilson are the names of the victims. K. Asagi and A. Shin are the names of assassins. A year ago in Tokyo, Dr. John H. Wilson's life was taken in a Western-style restaurant in the capital. The culprit was found to be a visiting student who went by the name of Giselle Brett. But her real name was Asa Shin, a professional killer sent on a mission to kill from Great Britain. A. Shin and her victim J. Wilson. And the murder that just took place here in London was the counterpart to that crime. An assassin sent from Japan, also a visiting student, Kazuma Asagi, whose victim was the British police inspector Tobias Gregson. One assassin from each country to kill a target residing in another. What exactly is the defense suggesting? These 2 cases of murder, one that took place in Britain and one in Japan, were masterminded by a pair of individuals from each country as a form of assassin exchange. And the telegram the defense has acquired is proof of this international contract to kill. Yikes. Got him. The telegram was found in your office, Judge Jigoku. In other words, the mastermind in Japan was you. Judge Jigoku, what's this about? Don't play dumb. And you, Kazuma, you lied. During yesterday's proceedings, you acknowledged that you accepted the assassination mission, but the mark wasn't Judge Jigoku at all. It was T. Gregson, Detective Inspector of Scotland Yard, as shown by the name on the killing contract. Very impressive, Ryunosuke. But actually, I didn't lie. The name of the target I was ordered to kill never passed my lips yesterday. The idea that Seishiro Jigoku was the mark came entirely from you. You deliberately avoided saying a name. Yeah. The defense claims these 4 names indicate some sort of international assassin exchange. Why is everyone in this court playing dumb? Well, literally, I guess because they have to, but I'm gonna rat all your asses out! All of you! Okay? Everybody in this fucking courtroom! Because I do everything and anything for my boyfriends. And I am breaking up with Kazuma. That's it. We're done. I'm saying it. We're done. All I need is Sholmes and Barrick von Zeeks. That's all I need. I'm sure I speak for all present when I say that the very idea seems utterly absurd. Mr. Jigoku, what do you have to say for yourself? He's done. He's an ex. We've moved on to better boyfriends. Psh. His silence only goes to prove his guilt. There's another very important point that this new development brings to light. There's now a distinct possibility that the scene of Inspector Gregson's actual murder was in the witness's cabin aboard the SS Grues. Judge Jigoku, you have to testify now. To refuse would put you in contempt of court. There's no need for quite such a vicious stare, young man. Very well then, as a parting gift to you all, I'll tell you everything I know. It seems this Japanese gentleman has information that the court must hear about the alleged assassin exchange and the events of the night of the 31st of October. Present your formal testimony now. I'm gonna get you, bitch. Gonna get you. It's true that Kazuma Asagi was assigned the assassination mission 1 year ago now. Wow. The target was Inspector T. Gregson. That was a condition of the British study tour. However, in the end, something happened that meant the young man was unable to carry out his mission. On the evening in question, a member of the crew was on duty outside my cabin at all times. If there had been a shot fired, the crewman would have heard it, so clearly I can't be involved! So you admit it then. As this communication suggests, there really was an assassin exchange arrangement between Britain and Japan. A political endeavor at the highest level is not something I can discuss here. To use such a worthy practice as foreign study to coerce somebody to commit murder is the most appalling thing I've ever heard. Appalling. Well, it's easy to judge. Pardon? Asagi had a reason for taking his sword to that British inspector, you know. Which is why he accepted the mission in the first place. Isn't that right, Counsel? Judge Jigoku, if you're the mastermind behind this operation in Japan, tell the court the identity of your counterpart in Britain. I'm not obligated to divulge that information. As I said yesterday, I've killed nobody. I freely admit that I accepted this mission, but on the night the plan was to be executed, I backed out. In short, this assassin exchange that the defense has identified is unrelated to the events of this case. The crucial point is this. Your police inspector can't have perished aboard that steamship in Dunkirk. Because if he'd been shot in the cabin, it's inconceivable that a member of the crew wouldn't have heard it. That's right. Gregson was killed after returning to London in the room on Fresno Street. And the perpetrator of the crime was the Reaper, Barrick von Zeeks. Is... His father gets assistance to escape jailbreak, was going to be fine, gets shot within the grave. Before that, he protected Barrick von Zeek's life. Barrick, the person that he believes... What's the motive? I don't understand. It's not adding up. What's the point? What's the point? If you... Why would you... The biggest... Sorry. my brain's trying to think of the answer to why bring me here? Why? Why did you insist I stow away here to Britain when you were an assassin? And you knew. Why am I here? I don't understand. Is he like... I don't understand. Is he... How much does he know about his dad? He can't know much. It would be impossible for him to know a lot. No, it wouldn't be impossible. If Judge Jigoku was involved. But why kill... What would be the motive for Gregson? Why would he have wanted to? And then I think back to this. Oh my god, I'm so sorry. Like I said, mods, if it's ever too much, just go in emote only mode. Don't worry. It's up to you guys. I have a few thoughts. Is now the time to theorize? My brain's working again. He wanted to do this. He also wanted me to specifically be the defense in this case. He pushed me. Does he like... I'm wondering if he... It seems so stupid. Do you like... Clint Van Zeeks. Is this some anime shit? Is this some anime shit that, like, his dad and Clint Van Zeeks had a duel? And he's just mad that his dad lost and Clint Van Zeeks won? And now he's taking it all out on Barrick, his brother? Is this some anime bullshit like that? Credit to Inspector Gregson, and he's mad that Inspector Gregson was the one to push for the autopsy of Clint Van Zeeks. Of course that would make him fucking mad. That's a motive. But how would he know? How would he know about that? And why am I here? That doesn't make sense. No, my theory can't make sense then. That's a key though. Gregson is the one that pushed for the autopsy of Clint Van Zeeks. When at the time it was unheard of. They didn't do it back then. So that's why it has everything to do with his dad, and that's why Karma would be a weapon. Wait. Death from a single stab wound to the heart. External wounds indicative of a duel. Recent scarlet ink stains visible on the little and ring fingers of the right hand, but no dominant document is in corresponding ink was found. But then, what the heck? Oh, wait. No, okay, oh shit, okay. No, okay. I almost had like a really big pog moment, but no. Okay, no. That's not real. Okay. Sorry. My brain's really thinking about Cosma. Is he okay? It's either one of two things. He's either trying to pin blame on me by insisting that I come here, which he's my best friend. Why would you do that? It's either he hates himself and he wants to carry out this murder, but then wants to be tried and doesn't want to get away with it. He wants me to be a defense lawyer to literally put him down in like a sacrificial kind of thing is what I'm thinking. So like he wanted to murder Gregson for this. It would make sense if this line of thinking is anything to go off of. That is a motive, and that does that also would explain Gregson's actions in that case, because he does admire Barrick. He was looking into his cases the entire time. But then, the only thing that I can't think of, maybe it's just not relevant yet. The collar. What is that bloody collar, and what? I don't think I won't think about that yet, because it's not here. It's not relevant to our case yet. But ooh, okay. I'm running with the theory that Cosma is like being a sacrificial person right now. Like, he has murderous intent for Gregson and Gregson only. And then he wants us to I don't know. He wants us to try him. I don't know. Okay, sorry. Huge tangent. My brain hurts. His dad protected Barrick. Why? He had respect for them. He didn't... It was an accident. I'm convinced it was an accident. Something that he didn't mean to happen, but it did. He felt bad, and Barrick... Okay, maybe their duel went too far. Okay, I'm sorry, I'm so sorry, I need to play the game! The prosecution's accusations remain unchanged. To think that a seemingly innocent foreign exchange program was a facade for such Machiavellian dealings. Clearly, it's a plot only a government minister and high-ranking judge, such as the witness, could hope to execute. I seem to recall that it was someone on the British side who controlled everything. Be that as it may, it is not the place of this court to pursue this villainous assassin exchange plot. We are concerned only with the tangible events pertaining to the murder of Inspector Gregson. Is the defense clear on that point, counsel? No. It's true that Kazuma Asagi was assigned the assassination mission 1 year ago.
Hold it!
A year, when Kazuma was still in Japan. Correct. It was at the examination center for applicants for the study tour that I approached him. I'll never forget it. I remember exactly what you said. You just came out and asked me forthright if I'd consider traveling to Britain on an assassination mission. Surely not. I thought it was a joke at first, of course, but then it was made clear to me that if I didn't accept, I wouldn't be considered for the study tour. So you agreed to it just for that? I mean, I know how much you wanted to study in England, but assassination. The Empire of Japan has accepted a proposal from the British Empire at the time. An agreement to send a student from each country to the others to deepen cultural understanding and friendship. Behind the scenes, the chosen students were to be given assassination missions. I had no choice but to accept the proposal that originated from my British counterpart. Why didn't you expose the plot there and then? Britain acknowledges no part in these alleged misbegotten dealings. I advise you not to make spurious allegations, Foreign Minister Jigoku. As a witness, I am bound to tell the truth, my lord. Anyway, I picked Asagi and explained the details of the plan to him.
Hold it!
Why, Cosmo? Why did you pick him as the assassin? He was the most capable of all the applicants. In addition, I knew his desire to travel to Britain was very strong. In fact, it was almost more than a desire. It was his whole purpose in life. Yes, as his best friend, I can certainly attest to that. The way he threw himself into his studies, the way he pursued becoming qualified as a lawyer, it was all ultimately for that one single goal of being accepted on a study tour to Britain. And of course, we knew the reason behind that. He was determined to find out for himself the truth about his father, Genshin Asagi. There's nothing I wouldn't have done to get here. Be that agreeing to assume the role of an assassin or betraying people's trust. Certainly did a fine job of betraying mine, Asagi. Why was Inspector Gregson the target? I have no idea. Those were the orders from Britain. I was in no position to question them. You have no idea, really? I find that hard to believe. Oh, do you? Judge Jigoku was once a visiting student here in Britain himself, of course. Perhaps he has some connection with Inspector Gregson from that time. The defense really ought to catch up. With what? With the fact that the assassin exchange has absolutely nothing to do with the case under scrutiny here. Yes, I've already admitted to recruiting Asagi. However, in the end, something happened that meant the young man was unable to carry out his mission. Well, yeah, he kind of had amnesia. I presume you're referring to the incident that occurred during Kazuma's passage to Britain in January? The awful tragedy that took place on the steamship. Word arrived at the ministry some 2 weeks after the ship's departure from our shores. The visiting student had been killed, but his body had somehow gone missing in Hong Kong. The news was wired to me from a detective I'd placed on the ship to accompany the assassin. Obviously, Kazuma didn't actually die at all, but he did lose his memory, including all details about his special mission. Yup. Did you not consider dispatching another assassin at that point? That wasn't possible, simply because that black-clad young student over there had already put himself forward as Asagi's replacement. And there was no way to stop him from reaching Britain. My hands were completely tied. That was thanks to Sholmes.
Mr. Sholmes' strategy worked perfectly. He predicted everything that would happen. Months later, my memory returned. But I never intended to go through with the assassination mission anyway. So you were playing me right from the outset, were you? Is that it? I'd sooner be guilty of that crime than of taking someone else's life. I was prepared to do whatever I had to in order to get myself here to Britain. This line of questioning has gone on long enough. All the court should be concerned about is the testimony given by this witness. All details relating to his relationship with Inspector Gregson and the victim's murder. I had no connection to the man's death. And you have some means of substantiating this plea. On the evening in question, a member of the crew was on duty outside my cabin at all times.
Hold it!
Outside your cabin in the first class area of the SS Grues, you mean? Yes. Not least because there was a murder of a student passenger earlier in the year, I imagine. The liner operators have taken to posting a crewman outside every first-class cabin door. I can confirm the presence of the crewman guard myself. What do you mean? Because I accompanied Inspector Gregson to Dunkirk that night, I witnessed it with my own eyes. There was a well-built crewman standing guard directly in front of the door to the witness's cabin. At that particular time, of course, I'd gone to the ship's dining room for dinner. The inspector and I asked the crewman to allow us into the cabin while we waited for Judge Jigoku's return. I suppose Inspector Gregson was there in his capacity as the Reaper. He was intending to take the witness's life. Exactly. As I've said numerous times now, I had no intention of killing anyone. So the crewman let two potential assassins into the cabin he was supposed to be guarding. Not the most convincing of centuries, really. In truth, those were my thoughts, too. But anyway, I stayed to talk with Inspector Gregson for a short while. And then I left him there and made my way off the ship alone. Was the guard still at the door when you went? Yes, he glared at me as I walked past. You see, that proves it. If there'd been shots fired, the crewman would have heard it, so clearly I can't be involved.
Hold it!
The crewman who was standing directly outside your cabin door, you mean? That's right. Muscular man with a permanent grim expression on his face. He didn't once move from that spot. To be honest, I thought he was a miserable fellow. As it happens, he's a vital witness now! There's no doubt that Gregson was killed by a gunshot, and it's inconceivable that a crewman standing just outside the cabin door wouldn't have heard that. But wait, what about the ship's enormous steam engines? The noise of them could have drowned out the sound of the gun being fired. Sadly, young judicial assistant, that won't wash. You will recall that my cabin was in the first-class area of the ship, which is also, of course, the quietest. Don't imagine for a moment that it's anything like steerage where the judicial assistant go. I didn't mean... But a hole like that made by a bullet was found in your cabin, Judge Jigoku. That's compelling evidence that a gun was fired in there. What's that? A bullet hole? Oh yes, you're talking about what the detective uncovered in the wall yesterday, I presume. That was obviously a rotten panel eaten out by woodworm. No doubt he didn't find an actual bullet. That's the hole in this argument. Sadly, I was unable to arrange for the crewman to be brought back to Britain with me. Obviously, if a gun had been fired in my cabin on the night in question, as the defense implies, I would have been arrested on the spot and would have never made it to Britain in the first place. Very true. The witness's logic is sound. Since no gunshot was heard from the witness's cabin on the night in question.
We must assume that the witness is telling the truth. I'm glad you've seen some sense, my lord. I know Cosmo's already admitted to taking on the incredible assassination plot, but even so, hearing it confirmed by someone else is still a real shock. It's unforgivable. Using Cosmo's feelings to manipulate him into agreeing to such a despicable plan. I think Cosmo manipulated Judge Jigoku too. He's completely double-crossed him. Oh dear, it's hard not to see that as a stroke of brilliance on Cosmo's part. One way or another, though, Gregson ended up dead. I really think that the murder must have happened aboard that steamship. Judge Jigoku must be lying. I know I shouldn't let my emotions cloud my judgment, but you must destroy him, Mr. Naruto. Susato! Destroy him! Latest target was Inspector T. Gregson. That was a condition of the study tour. However, in the end, something happened that meant the young man was unable to carry out his mission. On the evening in question, a member of the crew was on duty outside my cabin at all times. If there had been a shot fired, the crewman would have heard it, so clearly I can't be involved. This is the only place where we can present evidence, so has to be here. Let me see. Because it could be one of a few things. I'm gonna look. Could be a few things. First thought is the drill that happened. At 10 p.m., yes, so the crewman would have been gone. Okay, yeah, I think this has to be it.
Objection!
As the court has heard, there was a crewman posted outside Judge Jigoku's cabin. However, we can be sure that contrary to the witness's claim, the guard wasn't there at all times. I have here a notice of a particular event that was scheduled to take place aboard the steamship on the 31st. Where did you get that? It's evidence gathered by Mr. Herlock Sholmes. You were acquainted yesterday, if you remember. Herlock Sholmes again. Yeah, curse his name, buddy, but he got you good. According to this itinerary, after leaving the port of Dunkirk at exactly 10 p.m. and for a period of 20 minutes, all crewmen of these SS Grues were to gather on deck for an evacuation drill. All crewmen were away from their posts. And during that 20-minute interval, of course, any gunshots emanating from your cabin would have been heard by no one. In summary, Judge Jigoku, you had ample opportunity to commit the crime.
Objection!
A 20-minute window of opportunity. That's an excellent find, Rinosuke. It amounts to nothing. Why? Because the witness clearly stated in his testimony that no incident occurred in his cabin. Unless you have some decisive evidence that can show his testimony to be false, your accusation is nothing more than conjecture. Very true, well, counsel. Inspector Gregson was killed in Judge Jigoku's cabin that night. I am certain of it. Because the defense has the evidence to prove it. You will present the evidence for the defense at once, counsel. What proof do you have that the victim's life was taken in Jigoku's cabin on the 31st of October? Do I present this one or the pocket watch? Because last time I presented the wrong one!
Take that!
Judge Jigoku, this was found in your cabin yesterday. What is that? The crown of a pocket watch. A pocket watch. And if you'll observe, the victim's pocket watch, which we know he treasured, is missing precisely that part. It can't be. Moreover, this crown is a perfect fit on the spindle protruding from the victim's watch. Now, the fact that this was retrieved from Judge Jigoku's cabin tells us that the victim's watch was almost certainly broke there. In other words, the victim was killed on the 31st during the 20-minute evacuation drill in the cabin occupied by you, Judge Jigoku. You're razor sharp, aren't you, you young murderer?
Objection!
Expertly maneuvered, Ryunosuke. And your argument sounds entirely plausible at first. But rather like this pocket watch, it's full of cracks. And I believe Judge Jigoku feels the same way. I was wrong to acquit you earlier in the year. Sorry? If I'd known that it would result in anyone having to listen to this drivel, I would have declared you guilty just to spare the world your ridiculous bombast. Oh my god! Bitch! The witness will have to give further testimony. When you hear what actually happened in my cabin that night, you'll notice the pitfall into which you've stumbled. Well, fuck you too. I'm taking you down in your fucking new testimony. Whatever, bitch. Prior to your renewed testimony, I would like to clarify one point. The fact that this part of the victim's watch was discovered in your cabin means that you acknowledge he was there, I presume? Very well then. You may proceed to give your formal testimony about what exactly happened in your cabin aboard the ship on the evening of the 31st of October. As a man of the law, I have no intention of obstructing justice. Except for the fact that you just told me that you would have given me a guilty testimony whenever I'm innocent on all accounts. Bruh! I had a guest waiting for me when I returned to my cabin after finishing my evening meal in the dining room. When I walked through the door, a mustachioed Englishman was there, foolishly waving a gun at me. I soon took care of him with an ippon soy throw, though. He couldn't wait to run away after that. I imagine his watch was broken when I threw him over my shoulder. It was nothing to do with his murder. The inspector was clearly having a return to Britain because his body was found in London. Ippon soy. A common jujutsu martial arts technique in my country. I was careful not to use too much force, but the man obviously landed too heavily for his watch to take. So, Ryunosuke Naruhodo, I imagine you can see the flaw in your logic now, can't you? The fact that the pocket watch was broken in the witness's cabin is in no way proves that the victim's murder took place there. I've no doubt the inspector intended to kill me, but he didn't manage to pull the trigger. Yes, because he was merely the tactician, not the Reaper's hand of death. Shut up! The testimony appears to make perfect sense as far as I can tell. Let me express my deep gratitude for your understanding, my lord. If this testimony holds, Judge Jigoku will be deemed to have no involvement in the case. Well, counsel, I really see no reason for wasting precious court time here in a cross-examination. Sorry, my lord, the defense has a right to cross-examine, and I don't intend to squander that. You're an embarrassment to your countrymen, not knowing when you're beaten. In that case, proceed, Mr. Naruhodo.
had a guest waiting for me when I returned to my cabin after finishing my evening meal in the dining room.
Hold it!
Because the so-called guard protected your cabin door, had just let your killer pass, you mean? Apparently, Gregson told the crewman he was a police inspector, which was the truth, of course. He wouldn't have had his identification with him, though. He had his trench coat and mustache, not to mention the bag of chips. I imagine the crewman was convinced. But the man accompanying him would have had 2 swords slung around his waist. You mean me. Who else? Yes, that's true. You would have hoped that the sight of a few swords might have set off alarm bells in the guard's head. The point is, I left the cabin before its occupant returned, and I immediately disembarked the ship. Certainly, all I can tell you is that only the inspector was waiting for me when I arrived back at my cabin. And you entered without an inkling of suspicion? That's right, none whatsoever. When I walked through the door, a mustachioed Englishman was there, foolishly waving a gun at me.
Hold it!
Obviously, you're talking about Inspector Gregson. Though at the time, I didn't know the man's name. And there was no time for introductions. I value my life over manners. By which you mean that the inspector was there to assassinate you, I suppose? That was certainly the impression given by the gun pointing in my direction. But I've never seen the muzzle of a revolver shake about so much in my life. Anyone would think the man had never shot somebody before. Believe it or not, most of us haven't. Anyway, there was no time to call for the help of the crewman at the door, so I dealt with the man myself. I soon took care of him with my Ippon Soy throw. He couldn't wait to run away after that.
Hold it!
Even though the man had a gun, that was a very brave move, wasn't it? Ha 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 ha! My Ippon Soy is far faster than a bullet, I can assure you. But surely all that commotion caused the crewman to come in, didn't it? Yes, of course. He burst in immediately without knocking. The inspector hurled himself at the stocky fellow. Whew. And just managed to slip past him to make his escape. The outstanding guard does it again. Luckily, there aren't many situations I can't get out of using a quick Ippon Soy throw. I imagine his watch was broken when I threw him over my shoulder. It has nothing to do with his murder.
Hold it!
The crown snapped off and the glass covering the face of the watch was cracked. Preferable to the man's head being pulled off. Or his spine crackling, wouldn't you say? Not that the man was spared for long, a bullet to the chest soon saw to that. The point is, the broken pocket watch doesn't prove that a murder took place. Absolutely not. All the watch proves is that the power of my jujitsu throw. Whatever you say, it doesn't quite ring true that no shot was fired in that cabin. Because there was an obvious bullet hole in the wall. What are you talking about? Huh? That's what the star of your lowbrow detective stories told you. I don't care for such fiction. Ah! You can attack me all you want, but you say shit on Sholmes, and I am gonna fucking beat your ass into the ground so fucking hard, bro. You take that back? Ho ho ho! Haven't you worked it out yet, you little stripling? No murder took place in my cabin. Oh, he's going down! You don't just insult my #1 boyfriend like that! The inspector was clearly killed, having returned to Britain because his body was found in London.
Hold it!
There's no evidence that proves the victim ever returned to London alive. Just take a moment to think that idea of yours through now, stripling.
If the inspector was killed on the steamship in France, how on earth could he have gotten back to Britain? When people die, their bodies remain at that same spot. It's a devil of a thing. Well, then, obviously the culprit must have moved the body. How exactly? Carrying a corpse off of a ship in your arms would raise a few eyebrows at least, don't you think? Yeah, that's true, but all passenger luggage is inspected when it is unloaded from arriving vessels. And I would like to think the border police would query the corpse of an English gentleman as hand luggage. If the murder had taken place aboard the ship, you would imagine the body would have been disposed of at sea. There would be no sense in risking being caught by attempting to transport the body back to Britain. Except when you're trying to purposefully frame Beric von Zieks for murdering, then yes, you would have every reason to move the body because it's really convenient to do so. Especially when Lord Strongheart, before the trial started yesterday, gave Beric von Zieks specific orders to do so, to arrive at said location with body there. Bitch, I am going to get all of your asses so hard. Perhaps not. Mrs. Otto? We've heard that the first-class passengers were under constant scrutiny by the crewmen posted to guard them, which would mean that the culprit had no opportunity to dispose of the body in the sea. Yes, that's true. So transporting the body to Britain may have been the only viable alternative. Dear me, you really are new to this, aren't you? I thought I'd been perfectly clear, but it seems I'm going to have to explain it in words you can understand. I thought I ought to alter my testimony, but your consent. With your consent, of course, my lord. I have no objection. State your amended testimony now. There's no possible way I could have transported the victim's corpse back to Britain.
Hold it!
There's an idea. Think about it, stripling. All passengers and crew disembarked at the same time and passed through the same checks at the border. The symposium guests were then driven straight to the hotel in carriages organized by the ministry. And we met you as soon as you arrived at the hotel. So you did! Well then, remind me, did I have a corpse over my shoulder at the time? We're in agreement then. I couldn't possibly have brought the inspector's body back to Britain. Unless, of course, they develop some clever device these days to instantly move things from A to B. Funny you should say that. Professor Harebrain's invention didn't actually work, if you remember, Mr. Naruhodo. Oh my god. Yes, of course. The defense has become unusually quiet, I notice. Yes, because there's really nothing more to say. So that's his story. I suppose if you think about it, whenever you drop a teacup in the office and it breaks, we don't say Mr. Naruhodo must have been murdered there, do we? Is that a veiled threat about what might happen to me if I break another one? And the fact is that Inspector Gregson's body was found in the little room of Fresno Street. If he really was killed in Judge Jigoku's cabin, the body would have had to have been moved somehow, obviously. Transporting a dead body over a country border, that would be impossible for the majority of people. Must have been some special circumstances that made it possible for the culprit then. That could be a vital realization, I think, Mr. Naruhodo. Bum, 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 I have the sniffles. No, brain, don't start thinking about other things. Oh my god. Brain wants to think of other things. Don't. Focus, Crystal. Focus. Alright, so no possible way could have transported the victim's corpse back to Britain. And we need a special circumstance to... This is all past stuff. Special circumstance that would allow him to do that. I feel like this is easy and I'm just overlooking an obvious thing. Brexit. Brexit. I shouldn't have looked at it. But wait, he didn't. Are we just like missing the fact that he didn't move? How long was he on the ship? Because, like, he was supposed to freeze the body. That's the only thing that makes sense. So, no possible way I could have transported the victim's body back to Britain. Okay, so he put the body in their fridge, I guess, which is... Okay, that's another point for later, I suppose. My brain's stuck. Hold on. How do we get from point A to point B? No possible way I could have transported the victim's corpse back to Britain. A means of transport, huh? I'm missing something. This wouldn't have been there, so no. Ew, this picture is tainted now. Ew.
I have a tainted picture in my shit. Oh, I got it, I got it. They would never have questioned Gregson's trunk. Clearly, they shoved the whole trunk. They shoved the whole body into Gregson's own trunk. Bro, that's fucked up. Pretty fucked up. It's so fucked up that I almost have to present it as evidence. I'm not seeing anything special that would give... That relevance is over, I think. Yeah, so there's no... What would be a special reason? Hey, Sholmes! That'd be funny. It's so daunting having all this shit. Clearly, they used the trunk. This is how they transported the victim's body back to Britain. No, oh god, I can't even joke about that. That's so disgusting. And it doesn't even fit, like, it's so small. Like, oh god, no, okay. Oh, Jesus. I'm doing it anyway. I can't, no, I can't do it. That's so stupid. I can't do it, I can't do it, I can't do it, I can't do it. I can't bring myself to do it. Okay, so no, 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 no.
Objection!
This is a closed court. Whatever fate befalls you in here, no one outside will ever know. I actually did it. I did. Yeah. I did actually. Yeah. Look. Don't question it. Hold on. Package. Oh, sorry, I was muted. I just wanted to unveil the package real quick. Okay. Why am I stumped? What's happening to me? I had all my fire earlier, and all my fire is gone.
I'm gonna finish this off. Whatever, Susato. If he really was killed in the Judge Jigoku's cabin, the body would have been moved somehow, obviously. Transporting a dead body over a country border, that'd be impossible, so there must have been some special circumstances that made it possible for the culprit. Oh, I'm thinking like a document. No, but the special circumstances can be otherwise. It's not necessarily a document. My mind is fixated on the fact that it's a document. But no, it's not. Okay, that might help my brain. The purpose isn't a document. What are they trying to put down here? What they trying? I'm not picking up what they're putting down, really. The assassination? This has stumped me 2 times already. Sorry, my brain. Ugh. How would that have gotten there? Oh, am I... Just off of a whim. I don't think this is it, but it still could work.
Objection!
Okay, no, it's not working. So I want to see the... Wait. I want to see the dialogue for a game over here because it's different. Let's ride this out. It's clear to me that any further discussion of this case would be fruitless. Beric von Zieks would like to think that, however misguided. You acted out of a sense of justice nonetheless, though it pains me to have reached this conclusion. Wait, my lord! Dang, they get all 6 flames? Bruh, that's so extra. I hereby pronounce the defendant Beric von Zieks. No, Beric, I let you down, buddy. I can't believe— oh, Beric, no! Beric, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to let you down. Didn't mean to let you down. Dun, 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 dun. I gotta save my boyfriend. We have to save him. But the problem is I'm just sometimes too stupid. Like now. Let me verify that there's no other point I can say anything against. I imagine his watch was broken when I threw him over my shoulder. It has nothing to do with the murder. Oh. Thank you, mods, again. I really appreciate it. No, okay, I'm pretty certain it is this. Why? Oh, hair. The point is that you did it. Okay, so I think I need to go back on the freezing point. The body was put in the fridge. But I have nothing for that. I thought submitting the autopsy report would have alluded to that because of the time of death. But okay, that's not good enough for them to say to like present the autopsy report. So is there anything else that I can present for that specific point? Just for that point. I'm just gonna...
Objection!
What am I trying to say? What am I trying to say? If it was like... I get so mad at myself when I'm genuinely so stupid. I have my moments and then I have these moments. It's infuriating. I don't want to start presenting all evidence. That's what plebs do. But we presented, I don't know how this would do anything here. The point is that you don't need to, right? I really have to think. This is for another time.
Objection!
I'm sorry. Sorry. I'm losing my brain. Brain has been lost. Wait, you ripped out a brain cell. Oh my god. Don't do that, please. Please don't rip out your brain cell, buddy. Babies.
Do I present the picture? I don't know. Honestly,
Objection.
any one that I have like a slight inkling over, I'm gonna go for. Even if it's just like a slight inkling. I know. Anytime I like need to feel better, I keep bringing up that picture. That's what I do. That's like my new habit. My new habit is to look at the picture.
Objection.
All of my inklings, I'm only doing my inklings that I have. But I'm putting less thought into it now because brain hurts. Special circumstance.
Objection.
No? Oh wait, no, that straight up wouldn't make sense. I should have thought about that one. Oh. How long ago did... Oh. 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 It's that, isn't it? Oh, that's... Ew. Ew! There's a dead body in my picture!
Objection.
Ew! Ah! My picture is tainted! There's no possible way you could have moved Inspector Gregson's body. You would say the opposite is true. What's that supposed to mean? Far from being impossible for you to do, the transporting of Inspector Gregson's body back to Britain is something only you can do. What are you talking about, Ryunosuke? As well as being a judge, Mr. Jigoku is also Japan's Minister of Foreign Affairs. That means he's exempt from having its luggage searched when he enters the country. We learned that when you first met upon arrival in London. That's right. Back in the wee past. Oh, come on. I didn't think of the picture because I was just like... Come on, that's gross. I don't want to think about the fact that there's like a body in the picture that, I said my picture was tainted, but I didn't mean it like this, bruh. I didn't mean it like this. This is kind of nasty. And all those passport checks and luggage searches on the border took rather a lot of time. I must say I'm very envious of your ministerial status. If you didn't have to go through that, did you? I knew you were jealous. Whatever. I presume you recall this, Judge Jigoku. It's a photograph where we took in the foyer of the hotel to mark the occasion. As the court will note, you have with you your large travel trunk. Large enough, in fact, to have a corpse inside. Surely you're not suggesting... I'm afraid I am. Yeah. 3 days ago, when we were chatting innocently with new arrivals from Japan in the hotel, the body of Inspector Gregson was just meters away from us, inside Judge Jigoku's trunk. Okay. I'm skeptical, Counsel, that a grown man's body could fit inside even the largest travel trunk. It could.
Because I happen to know that the witness himself, a man of considerable size, fits inside his trunk. And verifying that would be extremely simple, wouldn't it, Judge Jigoku? Inside his trunk, how horrifying. After we'd spoken with you at the Great Waterloo Hotel. Oh my god. So he put himself inside the very same trunk that held a dead body for a long time. Okay, that's a little nasty. Okay. I don't want to think about it. And you had the opportunity to visit the apparent scene on Fresno Street, taking your trunk with you and a cab to deposit the inspector's body. I don't have to listen to this nonsense. Dr. Gori, the coroner who examined the body, has confirmed the possibility. She's acknowledged there are signs that steps may have been taken to disguise the true time of death. The onset of the body's decomposition could have been delayed by storing it in a refrigerator. Counsel, as I remember explaining yesterday, refrigerators of the requisite size are far and few between. I'm sure that they are, but one place they're certainly found is on large ocean liners. Such ships are equipped with electrically refrigerated cold rooms to keep food fresh on their long sea voyages. And the SS Grues is no exception. Professor Mikotoba told me about it only yesterday. Well, Judge Jigoku? However much you prolong this debate, you can't eliminate the truth. All of the evidence points to you being the killer. Well, this is all very heartening. I can see that it was a wise move, letting Asagi and you embark on this study tour. What are you talking about now? Logical reasoning, of course. All court proceedings will be built on logical reasoning in the new century. And I can see that you've both laid firm foundations for that already. Judge Jigoku, please stop diverting attention from the issue at hand. The defense has made an accusation against you. How do you respond? There's really no need for me to respond, is there? Why ever not? Because before you can even begin to answer the question of when the victim was killed, you must first establish one key fact. Where was the victim killed? It's quite logical. The actual scene of the crime. The prosecution's stance is unaltered. The killing took place on Fresno Street when the gunshot was heard. As the accused, Barrick von Zeeks, shot the victim at point-blank range. Since the tangible evidence exists to disprove the prosecution's claim at this time, the defense's deductions amount to little more than an elaborate fairy tale. I'm afraid that's how the logical reasoning the British are really known for really works, young stripling. The victim was shot in that little room on Fresno Street and died instantly. I'm afraid it's the prosecution's claim that's the only fairy tale here. Quite simply, because that claim directly contradicts a certain piece of evidence in our possession. Very tantalizing, counsel. I think you had better explain yourself to the court, don't you? Prosecution claims that Inspector Gregson died instantly when he was shot at the scene on Fresno Street. But this evidence clearly contradicts that claim. The updated autopsy report? Let me just refine the wording here. The time of death is indeterminate. Because it's updated now. There's a couple. Wait, there's gonna be a couple things. I'll save. My first idea was the updated autopsy report. The second idea is the pocket watch, but we already did that in the first set of, like, the first part of the trial. Do I really need to bring that back up? Cause bitch, I really don't think I do.
Take that!
Japanese really are a curious breed to prefer an argument with such conviction only to present such nonsensical evidence. Perhaps my Japanese friend's inexplicable thing with why people talk about the mystic of the East. What, that's you? In case you hadn't noticed, I'm not the only Japanese around here. You just flamed yourself. Do you even have a mirror? Okay, bro. Kazuma. Let me read. Okay, he's just claiming that he died instantly. Yeah, didn't die instantly. Definitely frozen and transferred over. Ooh, just the idea of the trunk and like, we were there with the body in the room multiple times, like, that's a little... That's a little... The whole metal box thing, that has to be brought up at some point, like why Kazuma's sword is in this in the first place. Which had to have happened before. Oh, the blood on the side of it though too. Do I have to redo that? Okay, no, I don't have to. I just don't know if it updated like on the court record. Because it's technically not written there. Just gotta remember that. But I kind of want to claim that he was there, almost. Wouldn't that imply that he had to be there? This could have happened at any time, though. Okay, think about the current problem, Crystal. My god, my brain's going again. The current problem. Contradicting that he didn't die instantly. Right. Which before we proved with the body. Sorry, not the body. Oh my god, the pocket watch. But this was still conjecture at the time. But now we have the other piece of his pocket watch here. So like, if you died instantly, why the fuck would you have this in your possession? To me, that makes sense. I hold no regrets in a possible game over. Okay. No regrets. I owned that one. If he, I hate looking at that. 2 times in a row that I'm stumped? Well, I'm not stumped. I'm a lot less stumped than last time. So there's that at least. There's very few options I have. I'm just trying to actually think it through. No, they don't want the same piece of evidence. That's what got us in that conundrum last part of the trial. But that's just conjecture. It's nothing solid. Just gotta prove that he died. Didn't die instantly. Oh, do I actually present this?
Take that!
No. Okay. I had a light bulb moment and I just like impulsed.
Didn't die instantly. Didn't die instantly. The revolver, that wasn't his? No, that's the murder weapon, but they're just assuming that it was on the... They just don't know who it was. That wouldn't help. He had... What is wrong with me? But... Did I not present this already? He... went. Wait, how does that prove that he didn't die instantly? Cosmo's being a little bitch. Killing took place on Fresno Street with the gunshot when the gunshot was heard, as the accused Baron Buzzy shot the victim in point blank range.
Take that!
No? So it has to be, basically, it has to be a new piece of evidence that we have that we didn't have before. Because this is the same exact claim made in the first part of the trial. So it can't be anything old. It has to be one of the new things that we've come across. I wish we could, no, that's not gonna help. At the time, he didn't have this on him, and we also have had this the whole time. Right. Oh my god. I'm gonna blame karma. It's clearly the sword's fault. Why would it be anything old? Man, for this I was really thinking it actually was the autopsy report. The photograph?
Take that!
The photograph of the victim is the very location that you claim he wasn't killed. Yes, but the point is the posture of the body itself. Oh, now that we're determining that it's in the trunk. Right, okay. Curled up. If Inspector Gregson had been shot there in that room, it's out of the question that his body would have been curled up in a ball like this. I'm sorry to disappoint you, but your logic is flawed. He could easily have adopted that fetal position due to pain of the shot, which subsequently proved fatal. But if it was instant, he wouldn't have time to curl up.
Objection!
I'm sorry to disappoint you, Judge, but it's your logic that is flawed. According to this autopsy report, the victim died instantly. He would have felt no pain, much less have been able to draw himself into that position. Which begs the question of why the victim's body is curled up in a ball in that way. Though the answer should be abundantly clear by now. You're suggesting. The inspector's body took on that posture ahead of its arrival on Fresno Street before it was coldly turned out on the floor from the inside of a large travel trunk. The shape of the body
It looks exactly as if it had been kept in a confined space. Ew. Judge Jigoku, present your trunk for examination. I believe it's very possible that it will contain traces of the victim's blood. Present my trunk. I refuse. What? On what grounds? I'm the Minister of Foreign Affairs from the Empire of Japan. I shouldn't have to put up with this treatment just because of some stripling's baseless accusations. In other words, Judge Jigoku, there is blood in your trunk. I decline to answer that. As the Minister of Foreign Affairs, I have privileges that allow me to... At this moment, you're not a government minister. You're a witness in a trial in Britain's highest court. I don't care who you are or what your status is outside of this courtroom, and you will not withhold information. Nothing is more important than the truth! Mr. Jigoku, what's it to be? You can't be serious. You did it? Have you no shame at all, Kazuma Asagi? What? Very well, I admit it. I did bring the inspector's body into the country. Inside my trunk, exactly as as postulated by the defense. Dear God, outrageous! It was you! You admit to Inspector Gregson... No, I admit to nothing more than what I've said. Of killing the man, I certainly have no recollection. What on earth is this cryptic statement supposed to mean? I merely disposed of the inspector's body, which was left in my cabin, in order to avoid unwanted attention. As the judicial assistant over there pointed out, I had no chance to throw it into the ocean. So I decided my only option was to bring it into Japan with me and dispose of it somewhere else. You can't still deny it. If you didn't do it, then who on earth did kill the man? As you know, there was one other person in my cabin that night. He had the opportunity. Moreover, he'd already accepted a mission to take the inspector's life. Who else could it have been? It was you, Kazuma Asagi. I never thought that you'd stoop to this, Seishiro Jigoku. You've taken the words straight out of my mouth, prosecutor Kazuma Asagi. You thought by leaving the body in my cabin you could pin the crime on me, did you? Well, the prosecution counsel has already admitted to visiting the witness's cabin on the night in question. Yes, on an assassination mission, no less. You wouldn't. So, what do you make of that, young stripling? You've heard my testimony now, and that's all I have to say on the matter. I'll admit to nothing more. So, instead of bringing the trunk out, he's blaming Kazuma for it. Got it. Counsel for the defense. What is your position now? The court awaits your response to the witness's assertion. The assertion that on the night in question, the victim's assailant was in fact Mr. Kazuma Asagi. This isn't the dead end it seems to be. The answer's right in front of me. It comes down to Jigoku or Kazuma. Both of them had the opportunity to kill Gregson, but only one of them did it. And I'm just a step away from proving who. The defense is ready to respond to the assertion just put forward by Judge Jigoku. The idea that the victim's murder could have been committed by Prosecutor Asagi is... I still think it was Judge Jigoku. I don't think it was Kazuma. I don't know why. I truly do not know why I'm thinking that. I have nothing to substantiate that at all. I just genuinely think it's not him. It's hard. Both of them have been lying so much, you know? Kazuma's been lying so much, and Judge Jigoku's been lying so much. Maybe I'm just in denial. No. My instinct told me that it's Judge Jigoku. The only problem is the blood. Like if he was shot in the room and put in the trunk. I keep questioning why there's a bullet hole in the wall, but yet no blood in the room at all. It was all in the trunk. But yet, the only case of blood is on the metal trunk. It's on the metal trunk. With the sword in it. No blood in the judge's room. But there is a bullet hole. And yet, no blood to be found except for on the outside of the trunk. So I'm like... when did that happen? But okay, my instinct was that Judge Jigoku did it. So I'm gonna say this is impossible. Because I am in heavy denial. Let me remind you of something you said only a few minutes ago. You claimed that logical reasoning is the future of the judicial process. Logical reasoning can prove something here. Namely, that it would have been impossible for Prosecutor Asagi to commit the crime. Oh, do I have to prove evidence? Oh my god, this game. Don't make me do it. The court will only accept an argument that is supported by compelling evidence. So present what you have, counsel. What proof is there that allegedly demonstrates the impossibility of Prosecutor Asagi's involvement? I have no idea. Let me figure it out. Thank you guys for all the dancing. The music is good. That's what's carrying the stream right now through my stupidity. I'm still fixated on the trunk thing. Proving that he wasn't there. What demonstrates I wasn't involved?
I do think the key is in where the trunk was originally. I just don't know if I want to present the trunk or present the sword. I'm gonna present the sword. Not confident about it, but hey, you know, what's another game over?
Take that!
You're making the evidence weep here, Ryanosuke nerd. The evidence in question is your sword, by the way. He just flamed his own sword. That's what he just did. Just want to make sure that that's clear. You did this, bitch. Karma cries. Karma has no place. Suck on that one, bitch. This sped up is kind of funny.
Take that!
No, really? Okay, so the metal box has nothing to do with it right now. Wow, I'm getting worse and worse. Am I in the wrong line of thinking at all? Like, I think I'm right. But let me just go with the possible, see what happens in dialogue here. Do they run with this too? It is possible, my lord. Do you think I want to believe it? But the fact is, I can't say with complete certainty what actually happened because I wasn't there. You disappoint me, Ryanosuke. If I may, Mr. Naruhodo, I think perhaps that's why we form opinions based on evidence. Actually, we have evidence that can settle this argument conclusively. Oh. My lord, the defense would like to present evidence in support of... Oh, he's shutting that down. Shot down, and I get up again. Ain't nobody gonna keep me down. I get shot down, but I get up again. Ain't nobody gonna shut me down. I get shut down, but I get up again. So I'm glad to know that my instinct was right. I don't think Cosma did it. But, proving it, that's funny. It's funny. Haha. That's pretty funny. Allegedly demonstrates the impossibility of prosecutor Asagi's involvement. He admitted to being the extra passenger. I was like, well, what if he wasn't? But he already admitted to being on the SS Grues at the time. Maybe the drill? Why would he have, I don't know, maybe he went somewhere in the drill. This is really stupid, but... Oh, I can save here now because we know that this is the correct option. That's the only reason I wasn't saving before. Ah, now we have a quicker out. Yay! I miss Sholmes. All right. He's probably... Oh, no. I did not mean to press that, actually. Oh, God. No, I did not. That was really stupid. Well, we know it's not the telegram.
Take that!
Not... Okay, this itinerary for crew members of the SS Grues, my lord, this is conclusive proof. How does that prove anything? Judge Jigoku, the moment that you acknowledge that you found the victim's body in your cabin, this itinerary suddenly became much more significant.
On the night in question, as always, a crewman sentry was on guard outside your cabin door. As long as he was there, nobody could have fired a shot inside the cabin. Absolutely, because it's inconceivable that the guard wouldn't have heard it and come to investigate. So that tells us that the crime must have taken place when the guard was elsewhere. And that narrows it down to the 20 minutes just after 10 o'clock, as indicated on the itinerary. I see no flaw in your reasoning so far. But the crucial point is this. When the evacuation drill took place, the steamship had already put to sea from the port of Dunkirk. Now, clearly, the murder could have been committed by somebody who was aboard the vessel at the time. But Prosecutor Asagi stated in yesterday's proceedings, I didn't come to Great Britain to take anyone's life, so I left Gregson and disembarked the ship. I spent that night at a boarding house in the town and returned to England the following morning. Which I'm sure the court will agree is conclusive proof that Kazuma Asagi couldn't possibly have carried out the killing. No, absolutely not. I don't accept that at all. What do you mean? The boy's just saying that to exonerate himself. We can't trust that he really disembarked the vessel. Obviously, after he left my cabin, he hid himself somewhere nearby on the ship. Just waiting for his chance to come back and finish the... That's out of the question. Isn't it, Kazuma? As the defense rightly recalls, I disembarked the vessel and spent the night in a boarding house in Dunkirk. And, as I said yesterday, I signed my name in the accommodations register book. All extremely easy to verify and undeniable proof. There's no escape this time. You can forget that you're a judge or a government minister. It's time you gave the court an honest answer as a common man. You killed Inspector Tobias Gregson and transported his corpse back to Britain. Then you dumped the body in the room on Fresno Street and made it look as if the murder had happened there. We got a 360 point! That's what really happened, isn't it, Seishiro Jigoku? It was that damn trial 10 years ago. That's when it all began. He's gonna break it. Oh my god, he's gonna do it again. Looking back now, my fate was decided that day. I was doomed already. Oh! Oh. It's over. My life is over. Okay, well, he became the Incredible Hulk. A British assassin to eliminate a professor in Japan. A Japanese assassin to eliminate a detective in Britain. Both assassins will use diplomatic immunity to evade conviction and return safely to their homelands. The assassin exchange request arrived from Britain about 1 year ago. Though it was hardly a request, it was a demand. And for that, you decided to recruit Mr. Asaki. Things didn't go according to plan. Your chosen assassin never made it to Britain. And you found yourself unable to dispatch a replacement, because I was already on my way to Britain at that time in Kazuma's place. And that left me with only one option for carrying out my obligation. To eliminate the mark myself, personally. Of course, that was but a single opportunity for me to do that. International Forensic Science Symposium, I presume? That's right. I decided it would be safest to carry out the plan before my arrival in Britain, though I enlisted the help of my British counterpart. And made arrangements for a pretext that would take the inspector to Dunkirk. To lure the man in, he was given a sham mission by the Reaper. There's only one person who could have done that. The mastermind of the entire operation, the Reaper himself. Shut up! The assassin exchange was all planned by the Reaper. I'm not at liberty to say anything about my British counterpart. Anyway, the inspector accepted the Reaper's mission and dutifully infiltrated my cabin on the steamship. It was all a trap designed to lead him to France and his own death.
How awful.
It was past 9 o'clock when I returned to my cabin from the dining hall that evening. I didn't give him time to attack me. I choked him until he lost consciousness. But there was a guard just outside the door, so I left it for the time being. Even the slightest noise might have aroused suspicion, so I bided my time, waiting. For the 20 minutes after 10 o'clock, I had intended to finish him by strangulation, but moments before I had the chance, he suddenly came round and went for me in a reckless move. I'd received the British issue gun 16 years earlier, being a member of the judiciary as a visiting student. I never imagined I'd have used it for something like that. So the revolver belongs to you, does it? The victim was killed inside your cabin on the SS Grues, which begs the question, why you arranged for his body to be discovered in the room on Fresno Street. The young judicial assistant over there has already answered that question. There was no way I could take the body up on a deck to throw it over the side. That's precisely where all the crewmen were gathered for the evacuation drill. Before the first-class cabin sentries returned, I took the corpse to the refrigeration room. On arriving in Dover, you concealed my body in your trunk in order to smuggle it past the border police. I knew I needed to take steps if the police were to be convinced when the body was found in London. In that case, you must have known. You must have had intimate details of Inspector Gregson's intended schedule. Yes, my British counterpart sent me everything I needed to know. The inspector was due at Fresno Street at 5 o'clock that afternoon, in order to meet a man by the name of Hugh Boone, from whom he would take back his police identification. I decided that man would be the perfect person to set up as the culprit, so I took a hackney carriage over there with the body still in my trunk. That must have been just before we took this photograph with you at the hotel then. I wasn't expecting a welcoming committee. I was more than a little nervous. On Fresno Street, I spotted a young girl selling little firecrackers. I conceived the candle trick there and then. So I donned a simple disguise and approached the girl to buy enough firecrackers to replicate a gunshot. What sort of disguise? For some reason, the inspector had a bright red hairpiece in his own traveling cape. I put that on, although I suspect I drew more attention to myself in that than I would have otherwise. The hairpiece we found at the scene, the inspector had it ready for the Red-Headed League investigation. I only arrived at the room at a 4:45, so I quickly placed the body on the floor, moved the notice board, and set up my little candle trick. I arranged it so the firecrackers would go off with a bang around 15 minutes later, so that Mr. Boone, who was due to arrive at 5, would walk straight into a trap. Except, at the last moment, I made a careless blunder. What was that? I imagine it was the bag of fish and chips. I didn't notice that it had fallen out of this overcoat pocket when I moved the body to the refrigeration room. I put it back into his pocket the following morning, but it seems the warmth of the heated cabin had accelerated the decay of the fish. Anyway, that's everything. All the sordid details of what I did. I know the fish and chips saved the case. That's what was able to update the autopsy report. Good old fish and chips, man. I've heard enough. We've arrived at the truth about the murder of one of the country's most capable and respected police inspectors. The witness will be tried in the coming days. For a crime of such a vile nature, you can expect the most severe penalty. An exchange of assassins, what a foolhardy idea. Mr. Jigoku, one last detail. Who was your counterpart in Britain? Who was the mastermind behind the assassin exchange? You can't do that. You can't do that, buddy. Oh my god. You can't do that. Nothing you say now can make matters any worse for you. Tell us. Enough! I've already told you that I cannot say. Even though as things stand, you may never well set foot in your homeland again. What are you waiting for? Can't we get this over with now? It's finished. All of it. I'm finished. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I now pronounce the findings of this court. This man before us has admitted to the willful murder of Tobias Gregson. Seishiro Jigoku, it is the opinion of this court that you should be found guilty. May I remind all those present of the strict confidentiality demanded by this closed court. Moments ago, Mr. Jigoku signed a written confession, admitting to the murder of Inspector Gregson and the subsequent conveyance of the body. In short, the defendant's innocence has therefore been established beyond doubt. Fuck. And why do I feel like we just didn't win? Is something wrong? Just a little troubled by his silence. The true identity of the Reaper of the Bailey and this extraordinary assassin exchange. We do remain in the dark about these mysteries. However, insofar as the indictment brought against the defendant in this trial, we have reached a conclusion. I have every intention of pursuing both mysteries. As a prosecutor. Oh baby, he's coming back. Let's go. For the formal adjudication, I hereby declare the defendant Beric von Zeeks.
Objection.
Is that What do you want? The prosecution calls for adjudication to be deferred. The accused's innocence hasn't been fully established. Shit, you little shit. That is the prosecution's unwavering position. Judge Jigoku has already confessed. Nevertheless, Barrick von Zieks has committed crimes for which he must be punished. It would appear that you have information that the court needs to hear, Prosecutor Asagi. Certainly, the murder of Inspector Gregson was actually carried out by Seishiro Jigoku, but it's clear from the witness's testimony that he was coerced into complying with the plot. Into this sick, merciless assassin exchange. What I want to know is who coerced Jigoku? Who was pulling the strings? The victim went to France having been ordered on a mission from for the Reaper only to be murdered. In other words, the mastermind behind the assassin exchange is someone in a position to give such an order. As we've already established, the Reaper himself. Certainly, that would appear to follow. The prosecution hereby formally accuses the man in the dock, Barrick von Zieks, of being the Reaper of the Bailey, and furthermore, I'm going to prove his guilt beyond all reasonable doubt. Please, bring your evidence. The Reaper of the Bailey is a long-standing mystery counsel. Are you suggesting that you have some new information with which to build a case? Scotland Yard has already investigated Lord Van Zieks very thoroughly in that regard, and they found no evidence whatsoever to substantiate the claim that he is the Reaper. Perhaps, but circumstances have now changed. What do you mean? It's already been established that the assassin exchange was negotiated with Jigoku by the Reaper himself, which means we now have a new line of questioning by which to identify definitively the man's identity. That is the prosecution's intention here. I must say I'm surprised by quite how tenaciously that you appear to want to besmirch my name. You are guilty of an unforgivable crime, Lord Van Zieks. And I will bring you to justice for it, whatever it takes. That explains Cosmo's silence before. He'll stop at nothing to finish what Lord Van Zieks unwittingly started 10 years ago. Whilst it's extremely irregular, I will on this occasion grant the prosecution further opportunity for witness testimony. The defendant will disclose any and all involvement he had with the Reaper and the assassin exchange. Thank you, my lord, for guiding the court so wisely. Come on. Hereby declare this court to be in session for a supplementary hearing. Leg! Whipping out the leg, bitch! Let's go! Pray turn a blind eye to the discourtesy as I verify that this vile and unremitting accusation hasn't soured the contents of my hallowed chalice. Oh, bitch, let's go! Lord Van Zieks! I first had to suffer the pseudonym of the Reaper 10 years ago now. And ever since that time, I've endured the weight of implied guilt that's gone with it. Crush it, yeah! So I welcome the chance to testify now and crush those allegations once and for all. Oh, he mad, bro. Cosma, you did this. You made him mad. And you're gonna fucking pay for that, bro. Your little revenge game? Yeah. All right, well, it's not gonna work on my boyfriend, all right? Third boyfriend. Van Zieks is the third boyfriend, yeah. I had to clarify that. Let justice decide, Lord Van Zieks. The prosecution seeks to begin building its case by calling the accused to the stand as the primary witness in order that he may answer the accusation brought by the prosecution that he is the Reaper of the Bailey. What says the defense? Putting the defendant in the witness stand can be extremely dangerous. And Kazuma-sama is so emotional at the moment, he's not thinking logically. You're right that he's not himself, but I knew it would be like this. And I came here today determined to face him through whatever might arise. As a lawyer and as his friend. Oh, is that why I'm here, to keep him in line? The defense has no objection, my lord. Very well, defendant, you will take to the witness stand and give formal testimony on the subject of your involvement with the Reaper and the assassin exchange. As you wish, my lord. The Reaper and the assassin exchange. This is insane. I've never taken the life of another, nor have I instructed another to kill. I've been investigating the truth behind the Reaper for years, and I was aware of Gregson's involvement. That's the reason why I went to Fresno Street that day and how I came to discover the body. The point is, no common thread exists between myself and Gregson and Dr. Wilson. Clearly, therefore, there's no reason to suspect me of being behind the assassin exchange. You deny all accusations by the prosecution. Both that you are the Reaper of the Bailey and that you masterminded the assassin exchange. I acknowledge that the public at large believe me to be the Reaper. However, that's a fallacy which I alone am in the position to forswear. Naturally, the prosecution believes the testimony just given by the accused to be untrue. Ryunosuke Naruhodo? Yes. Let me ask you, why are you here? What really brings you to this courtroom? Oh, the irony of this question. Technically, you brought me here. A desire to uncover the truth. Even if the truth proves your client to be guilty, he's not guilty. From all of my experiences in this courtroom, I've come to realize something. The truth can't be hidden. Sooner or later, it will come out. So it's always my intention to work with my client in pursuit of the truth. I want you to remember what you just said. Enough dilatory chatter. Counsel for the defense, proceed. I know you're just waiting to point it out. The contradiction you're convinced lies somewhere within this man's testimony. The Reaper and Assassin Exchange. I've never taken the life of another, nor have I instructed another to kill.
Hold it!
So you're not what the general public refer to as the infamous Reaper of the Bailey? Exactly. Don't imagine for a moment that the court will be satisfied with a one-word answer on this. I realize that. If you're intending to comment on every single sentence, this could take a while, Kazuma. Didn't you find it disturbing, though? That one by one defendants who'd been acquitted after your unsuccessful prosecutions were killed? Let me answer that question by posing another. If one by one defendants who've been acquitted after your successful defense were killed, would you find that disturbing? Disturbing? I couldn't possibly say how that would make me feel with a one-word answer like that. Exactly. Hi, I love him. Well, that told me. Even though I'm not the Reaper, that doesn't mean I ignored all the hearsay. I've been investigating the truth behind the Reaper for years, and I was aware of Gregson's involvement. You say for years. How long exactly? Since the very first time the Reaper's influence was felt in this courtroom 10 years ago now. And your investigations led you somehow to Inspector Gregson, you're saying? I didn't want to believe it. He was a personal acquaintance. We'd worked on cases together in the past. A friend, even. It felt like a betrayal, but I demanded permission to search his office at the yard without his knowledge. Which is when you found his secret notebook, is it? It's when I first learned of the location he'd noted only as Grues, and that the appointment at 5 p.m. on the 31st. Though I didn't know the significance of those details at the time. So now we're at the nub of the matter. As it turns out, the significance for me personally was very unfortunate. That's the reason why I went to Fresno Street that day and how I came to discover the body.
Hold it!
But why did you go to that specific location? I thought that if it was the Reaper's headquarters, and then by turning up there at 5 o'clock, I would catch whoever was involved red-handed. Sadly, all that was awaiting me was the inspector's corpse. Even though it wasn't designed for you, you walked straight into the trap set by Jigoku. Exactly. Jigoku had intended to implicate Hugh Boone. But unhappily for me, I arrived at the scene first. A ridiculously careless blunder. Moved on just to throwing insults around, I see then, Kazuma. Think what you will, it doesn't change the truth. The point is that no common threads exist between myself, Gregson, and Dr. Wilson.
Hold it!
There is a link between you and Gregson, though. Of course, we were close acquaintances. We'd worked on numerous cases together. I've considered the man to be a mentor of sorts. He taught me a number of important lessons. He did, such as what? Where to buy good fish and chips, and such like. Well, that was convincing. Dr. Wilson was a coroner, of course, but that was some time in the past. And in any case, I understand it was several years ago now that he was invited to work at a Japanese university. That is pretty cute. That's right, he was a visiting professor at the Imperial Yume University in Tokyo. It should be unambiguously clear then that no link exists between myself and him. Except that there is a link. In other words, I had no motive for sending some assassin across the oceans to kill the man. Why do I gotta do this? I don't want to fight against Van Zeeks. It sounds plausible enough and I want to believe it, but something about this just doesn't quite sit right with me. I don't want to I don't want to say anything against him. I like him. Hold on. Okay. My thought is he has never seen. Wait, did he ever see it? Did he ever see it? Did he ever see it himself? I don't think he could have. I don't think he's ever seen the autopsy report himself. Anyway, let's press this last one. Certainly as it stands, there's no evidence to suggest that you concocted the scheme.
Objection.
But as it stands, we have only the accused's insistence of his innocence. Sorry? Perhaps there is some reason that would explain why he masterminded the assassin exchange, and if a reason could be established later in these proceedings. Then the accused's claim in this testimony that he wasn't involved would amount to perjury. Well, yes, that's true, but clearly Kazuma-sama intends to identify a reason and use it to make his case. So if we don't identify something first, he'll gain the advantage. Ah, this could be dangerous. A convincing testimony by Lord Van Zeeks. Certainly, with no apparent connection between the three men, there's no way to establish a motive. The testimony seems unassailable as far as I can see. What a bleak expression. I agree that there doesn't appear to be any particular link between them at first glance, but with the inclusion of one other person... I must be overthinking it, surely. Another person, Mr. Naruhodo. I need to think back over all the information we've gleaned so far. One other person being Clint Van Zeeks. Lord Van Zeeks has something to hide after all? No, I don't think he does. No! It's just his hatred. Like, his brother was murdered. What do you want from the man? He's just as emotional as Cosma is, but at least Van Zeeks, Barrick Van Zeeks, is better about it. Come on, bro.
Objection.
Come on. What is this? An autopsy report? Wait, this is 10 years old, from the autopsy of Lord Clint Van Zeeks. My brother's autopsy report? I'm pleased to see the defense doesn't intend to run from the undeniable truth. Look, this game forced me to do it, okay? I actually wouldn't have. Order in the court. What reason do you have for presenting a 10-year-old autopsy report here, counsel? The autopsy report of the professor's final victim, is an indelible link between Inspector Gregson, Dr. Wilson, and the defendant. Not that accursed name again, the professor. I've personally researched all of the court records relating to that case. I know that at the time, autopsy was considered sacrilege to the victim's souls, and for a member of the aristocracy like Lord Clint Van Zeeks, it was unthinkable. But someone implored the powers that be to allow the autopsy to go ahead, Inspector Gregson. He declared that he was certain he would be able to he would obtain conclusive proof from the procedure. And it was Dr. Wilson who conducted the autopsy. His signature is clearly visible on the document. As promised by Gregson, the autopsy did indeed produce evidence. Evidence that conclusively proved Genshin Isagi was guilty of the murders. In my brother's dying moments, he mustered all of his remaining strength to leave that vital clue behind. Indeed, that was the key to indicting the professor for his crimes and the conclusive evidence that convicted him. If Lord Van Zeeks here if it enabled Lord Van Zeeks here to avenge his brother's senseless death with a marvelous victory in court. A marvelous victory, was it? I wonder if that's really true. What? Could the same be said if it turned out that the key piece of evidence in question was in fact fabricated? If the inspector, the coroner, and the prosecutor all colluded together to cast an innocent Japanese man as a mass murderer and send him to his death? That's outrageous. And now, 10 years later, for some reason the secret has been threatened and needs protecting? Which is why the inspector and the coroner had to be silenced, isn't it? By someone in power in Japan and in Britain using the two killers recruited for the assassin exchange. Order at once. 10 years ago, my father was convicted in this very courtroom as a mass murderer to be sentenced to death. It was all a sham, and I swore to myself that I'd prove it, which is why I had to come to Britain, whatever the cost. You'll have to forgive me if I feel compelled to toast this vengeful Nipponese's tenacity of purpose here. However, he who fails to quash his emotions in the courtroom has failed as a lawyer. Oh! Fucking talent! Bro, that's not chalice number 2. That's like chalice number 4. Where are you? I know this won't wash. You're claiming your father was misrepresented in a trial that took place a whole decade ago. You must see that without evidence, that's nothing more than a wild accusation. As it happens, I have evidence. As the court has heard, I crossed the channel to France with Gregson on the 31st. I went with him on the pretext of being the assassin recruited to kill Seishiro Jigoku. But my true intentions were to make the inspector tell me the truth. What truth? The truth about the evidence. And he acknowledged what I'd already deduced, that it was fabricated. There's a closely guarded secret about what went on in that autopsy 10 years ago. A secret. I know nothing of any secret. While we waited for my supposed mark in Jigoku's cabin, I drew my clan's illustrious sword, Karuma, before the inspector's eyes. He very quickly understood what my true motive was. Right, I see. You're that Asagi's young lad, are you? And what? You're gonna cut me down with that thing, is that it? That will very much depend on the answers you give to my questions. I want to know what really happened 10 years ago. The truth. That's all. Before we get into it, let me make one thing clear. I still believe your father was a professor. There's no doubt in my mind. But, unfortunately back then, we didn't have the evidence we needed to make the crime stick. You admit it then. The evidence used in my father's trial was fabricated. It was for the good of the country. I was just following orders. What exactly did you do? Speak! I'm not saying another word. Even if your life depends on it. Even then. That's when the tip of the sword broke. If the results of Clint Van Zeek's autopsy were fabricated, then the investigating officer Gregson and the lead coroner Wilson must have known about it. They can only have been ordered to pervert the court of justice in that way by one man. The man leading the case for the prosecution, Barrick von Zeeks. In other words, the defendant did have cause to organize this exchange of assassins. Am I really, like, is this really fucking oh my god. Exactly, and as we established earlier, it has to have been the Reaper himself who liaised with Jigoku in Japan to arrange the exchange. So it follows that the Reaper's true identity can only be that of the man who stands accused in this courtroom today, Barrick von Zeeks.
Objection!
Tell him, Van Zeeks! Kazuma Asagi. What? What you've just told the court, are you absolutely certain of your facts? Call him out, bitch. Call him out. Did Gregson really fabricate evidence for that trial 10 years ago? I heard it with my own ears. His shameful admission. In that case, I know the name of the Reaper. Fucking... He would be the only one who can really give it. Oh my god. Van Zeeks, I fucking love you. If this goes how I think it's about to go. I gave no such orders. I know that for certain. Which narrows down the remaining possibilities to one. If Lord Van Zeeks isn't the one behind all of this, then yes, there is only one other person who could have done something like that. I believe I know who it is too. Oh my god. I just had a feeling that this name was gonna come up. The true identity of the infamous Reaper of the Bailey. I'm still gonna save. I don't know why. I'm like 99% sure. We knew it was coming this whole time, didn't we? I'm gonna say Sholmes. Oh, yeah. Oh, you're right, chat. The Reaper of the Bailey. Of course it's Sholmes, you idiots. I'm 99% sure of it. Oh god. Do you really want to be here for this?
I don't know why.
It's dangerous. Big. You're shunned. Go away. Dom wanted to like peek in. It was Sholmes! Oh my god, I can't believe that the infamous Reaper of the Bailey is Sholmes!
Take that!
It's really palpable now. That overwhelming pressure that's making it almost impossible to speak before this gargantuan foe. But I can't back away now. There's no time. What's the matter, Counsel? I take exception at the look you're giving me. I was just gathering my thoughts. I'm ready to voice the defense's opinion now. Very well. But before you do, a penalty for time wasting. Oh, that's how they shut you off. That's interesting. Lord Strongheart! I'm standing. That's it. I'm standing. I'm back. I'm getting back up. I'm getting back up. It's time! It's time, bitch! It's time! I'm coming after your ass!
I'm standing now. Oh, it's on, buddy. Oh, it's on. I got Lord Van Zeeks behind me now. He made this possible.
Take that!
He made this possible. I can't believe this is happening. I literally can't believe this is happening. He's not Toby, oh my god. The only person who could have arranged the assassin exchange and manipulated the autopsy results is Lord Chief Justice himself, Lord Mel Strongheart. Finally, my time has come. Putting on my hat. Thank you, Barrick Von Zeeks. I love you. I'll give you smooches later. It's true that 10 years ago, the defendant handled the prosecution of the professor in court. But he only took over the case after his brother, Lord Clint Van Zeeks, had been killed. I can only assume that this is the most inappropriate joke of in British judicial history. Well, Lord Van Zeeks, 10 years ago, I was very new to my profession. But I had a burning desire to avenge my brother's death, so I pleaded for control of the case. The investigation to that point, the supplication of the lords to allow my brother's corpse to be examined. All of the evidence I was given, the autopsy reports, it all came from you. I've spent my life since then believing I was in your debt for the way you stood aside and let me handle that trial. But I see now, I was very much mistaken. It was a hugely influential force that caused the inspector in the corner to break the law 10 years ago. And that same force was still felt a decade later on the other side of the world by Sashiro Jigoku. Lord Strongheart, everything falls into place when we recognize that you are the Reaper of the Bailey. That's right, Lord Van Zeeks, get your wine glass and your leg! Yeah, buddy! Let's go! I stand that leg! Yeah! Put it on that table! Own this courtroom! This is your courtroom, bitch! Own it like the boss you are! Get it! Hell yeah! Work it! Work that leg! Ooh, I wish I could do it, but I'm wearing a dress. So I probably shouldn't also do the leg thing. Should I change? I want to do the leg thing. I want to honor Van Zeeks and his badassery. You know what? Fine. Fine. I'm wearing shorts underneath of my dress, just so you know, but I'm gonna put on pants too. This is it. This leg is for Barrick Von Zeeks. Badass extraordinaire. All right. Yeah. All right. Now I got pants on underneath this dress. Lord Van Zeeks, do I have enough room on this table to lift my leg on it? Here we go. All right, all right. Let's put the mic up here. I don't want to kick my mic. Van Zeeks, this one's for you. I'm clearing my table, so I got good. Okay, we're good, we're good. If anyone playing this game can do the leg, it's me. I can do the leg. For Barrick Von Zeeks,
Holmes. Let's go! All right. Whoa! I'm fired up. Let's go! I'm so excited. This game is the best game in the world. The court awaits your response, my lord. This may very well go down in British judicial history, but I assure you it's no joke. Whoa! Consider this a formal accusal by the defense. Let's go. I'm fired up now. It doesn't warrant a response. What do you mean wrong leg? You want me to do the other leg, chat? Really? I can do the other leg. You want me to? Is it really that important? Not good enough for you? Was my leg not good enough for you? Whatever. My leg was fine, okay? Both legs. Chat. If there is another leg moment, then fine, I will. Which I'm sure there will be. I'm sure there are more legs to come. So, yeah. Next time. Now that I got pants on. It's weird wearing pants with a dress, but okay. Fashion statement. A formal accusal. Don't be absurd. The defense's claims are utter nonsense, a wild fantasy at best. You're not going to defend yourself? You claim that there was some wrongdoing with Lord Clint Van Zeeks' autopsy? That's utterly untrue.
Objection.
But I heard it from Gregson's own lips. He admitted to it. And where is your evidence? What? Gregson's dead now, unless you were thinking of summoning a ghost to the stand. You mean to say... I forget how the system works in your little backwater country. But in the courts of the British Empire, without evidence there is no case. Oh, he stood up. I have no intention of entertaining such wild fantasy that can't possibly be substantiated by anyone or anything. Oh, no, buddy. Order in court. Following Inspector Gregson's murder and the light of Dr. Wilson's death as well, there's really no one left who could testify about the events of 10 years ago, is there? But... Oh. So there was no real purpose for the assassin exchange. This court has no business raking over the coals of a case that was concluded a decade ago. The accusal brought by the prosecution and the defense is categorically denied. I take it there are no objections. Objection! Kazuma, he's more or less waited his whole life for this moment. Is there really nothing else that we can do now? Is there no other avenue that we can go down in pursuit of the truth about what happened all those years ago? If only there was someone who could testify about Clint Van Zeeks' autopsy. My lord, we have someone! He's gone extraordinary lengths to cover his tracks, even so far as dispatching an assassin all the way to Japan to ensure Dr. Wilson's silence, and Dr. Sids won't say anything against Strongheart. But there's still one ray of hope!
Objection.
Actually, there is one person who could testify about that autopsy. There's no one left. Buddy. Let's fucking go! This trial can't end, not yet.
not doing this for you. Oh, I'm doing it for the truth. The person the defense would like to call to the stand to testify about the autopsy of Lord Clint Van Zeeks is Professor Mikatoba. I would like to call you and Sholmes to the stand. Where is he? Oh, there you are.
Take that!
Heaven help us, another Japanese. An expert in forensic science, my lord, Professor Yujin Mikatoba, 16 years ago. He came to London with Seishiro Jigoku and Genshin Asagi as a visiting student. And what could his testimony possibly tell us? Professor Mikatoba was the primary assistant during the autopsy in question. He was also the person who actually penned the report. Incorrect. The autopsy was carried out by the coroner, Dr. Wilson. The report carries his signature. It was the primary assistant's duty to keep a written record of the coroner's work during the procedure. In actual fact, the coroner merely read over the report at the end and signed it. In other words, Professor Mikatoba witnessed the entire autopsy from start to finish. The defense demands that Professor Mikatoba be summoned as a witness as a matter of urgency. Whatever really happened in that autopsy laboratory 10 years ago is something only he can tell us. The defense's demand is denied. But Professor Mikatoba is in London at this very moment. We could summon him into the stands in minutes. Of course, he's not going to agree to it. Strongheart has no intention of summoning anyone who knows. He's too concerned about protecting himself. Prosecutor Asagi, let me refresh your memory, as you seem to have forgotten the prosecution's stance. Only minutes ago, you accused the defendant of being the reaper of and of masterminding the assassin exchange. I did, yes. So present your evidence for those claims and make your case complete. At this time, I don't have the requisite evidence, but that's exactly why we need this witness testimony. The professor case is closed. There are no clues in the distant past that would bolster your argument today. I'm afraid to say, Prosecutor Asagi, that you would appear to be possessed by the spirit of your late homicidal father. As I stated earlier, this court has already reached a conclusion with respect to the matter at hand. Inspector Gregson was murdered by Japanese Supreme Court Judge Seishiro Jigoku. As for any hidden circumstances that may exist, they will be investigated in due course by the proper authorities.
Objection.
But we all know what will happen. They'll just give the mastermind of the whole venture time to cover his tracks again. By which you mean me. Yeah, you. I do mean you. Your punishment for this contemptible behavior will be decided at a later date. As for you, Prosecutor Asagi, you will be reminded following these proceedings willingly, I trust, since you gave your word. This futile game of revenge is over, young Master Asagi. Come on, Kazuma. Come on. Oh. Kazuma, it's okay, it's okay. We got this, buddy. Hold it. Yeah, buddy! Wow! Yeah! Let's go! Woo! This is no place for amateur detection, Mr. Sholmes. May I remind you that these proceedings are closed to the general public.
You will leave the courtroom at once.
Objection!
My heart's going so fast, oh my god! Mr. Sholmes was instrumental in the apprehension of Seishiro Jigoku before he fled from Europe. The court should hear what he has to say.
Lord Mail Strongheart, it's imperative that you refrain from bringing this trial to an end at this stage. Is it really? And why would that be? You need only recall your own words from the opening of the trial to answer that question, if I may. We will stop at nothing to uncover the whole truth behind these disturbing findings.
Oh! Oh! Oh shit! Oh shit, got him, bitch! Let's go! Oh, fuck!
Surely it can't be that the shock of you being accused of being the Reaper yourself has erased that from your memory, can it? The whole truth, sir, has already been uncovered. It would seem that we have a great many important members of the judiciary present here today. I put it to you, my dear fellows, should the trial end at this juncture? After all, why have you been invited to attend? To nod along to the prevarications of your superiors? Oh my god. Oh. Bro, this is hot as fuck. It seems to me that we stand before a door that leads to a new era of legal practices, a door that is ajar. Let us emerge from the shadows of the Reaper's decade-long ascendancy. For you and you alone, my dear fellows, have the power to push this door open now. The auditors in the gallery have no rights to express an opinion on court proceedings. Silence. Silence! Let me emphasize that. He's right, the judge. Yes, if he calls the trial to an end, it must end. But what will that really do? I sense dark things occurring behind the scenes. The dark things indeed. Is there a single person here present who can honestly say the same? What? The trial should go on. Summon the witness. That's right, we need to clear this up before the young Japanese fellow is reprimanded in custody. My lord, you assured that those present would uncover the whole truth here. Vindicate yourself of this outlandish accusation. The truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. That's the very foundation of the British law. A toast to my dependable colleagues in the gallery. On with the trial! On with the trial! Testify! 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 Let's go! Well, my lord, you hear the voices of British justice, I take it? Testify! Testify! I think you'll find it will be rather awkward to silence. This is the most epic ending ever! The court will recess briefly. I have no intention of shrinking from these allegations. Bailiff, arrange for the subpoena of the witness at once. As soon as the gentleman arrives at the courthouse, we shall reconvene. A recess won't be necessary, my lord. Mikitoba is a close friend of mine. He accompanied me today and is waiting in the antechamber as we speak. I do believe that he'd been enjoying a little trip down memory lane, in fact. What? Professor Mikitoba is here in the courthouse? Mr. Sholmes, you didn't know this would happen, did you? Oh, fuck yeah, he did. Oh, fuck yeah, he did. My dear fellow, no one is in a better position to answer that question than you, surely. I wasn't just asking for the fun of it, you know. I must thank you for your assistance in this matter, Mr. Sholmes. However, you are of no further use here. Kindly leave the courtroom at once. Oh, but of course, in truth, I find myself rather busy now as a result of these developments. Mr. Naruto? Yes? I trust you have Iris's little lucky charm with you. Oh, we're gonna need it again? Absolutely, it's still in my pocket.
She sends her regards and a reminder. If you find yourself at a dead end, the ears are at your disposal. Just one tug, if you please. Just one tug this time, just one. Of course! In that case, the trial will continue without delay. Bailiff, show the witness to the stand. Oh, look at all my boyfriends. Oh my god, all 3 of my boyfriends in the same room. I'm gonna fucking cry, bro. That's oh my god. Oh, this is a hot scene, bro. Woo! I need to turn my AC on. That's okay. Woo! Lord Strongheart, he's the Reaper of the Bailey. Where exactly is this trial going to take me, I wonder? Just how deep am I about to be plunged into the blackness of the abyss? Well, I'm ready. I'm ready to head into the heart of this maelstrom and confront whatever horrors it tries to drown me under. To be continued? Oh my god, no. I have to keep going. I have to keep going. But I'm hungry and I'm into it. I can't stop here. I can't. No, I can't stop. I can't stop. Oh my god, all 3 of my boyfriends were in the courtroom and Sholmes just had like an epically hot moment. Right after Van Zeeks had an epically hot moment. Cosma exists, but holy shit, those 2 hot moments. Oh my god, what is happening? Oh, I need to evaluate my life because I really want to keep going. But that would mean I need to get dinner really quick and then keep going. I could just finish the game tomorrow and just do a stream there. But I could also just keep going now. Like, why not? Oh god, I'm like super into it. I think I gotta go. Like a short recess? Like we take a short recess too? I mean, I'll just like go get my dinner and then bring it back with me. Yeah, I think the show must go on. Okay, show's going on. We're not stopping. We're not stopping. Okay. I'm into it. Ah, fuck my hat. Okay. I'll go get food. Does that sound good? Yes. I'll go get food and come back and we continue with trial part 3. Oh, she's here. Hold on. I'm doing this to give you guys music while I go. Okay. Witness, please state your name and occupation for the court. I want to give you like a good, you know what? Mikitoba's a handsome man. Sure, stare at that. I will, give me like I'll actually go to my proper be right back screen. Oh, and just so you guys have to deal less with ads on Twitch, I'm also gonna run like a 3-minute ad since I'll be gone that long anyway. It'll help you guys not have to deal with other bullshit from Twitch. I'm not used to doing this, so sorry. But yeah, I'll run ads. I'll be back soon. Also, please also go take a break, chat. I will be back. Okay, I'm almost done. Okay. My dinner is almost done being microwaved. I'll come back for a moment. I'm not gonna continue playing yet, but oh my god. This game is so fucking good, chat. I can't stop. I can't stop. If this is a 14-hour stream, so be it. I guess. I thought I would. You know what? We'll see. We'll see where this goes. I might find another stopping point and continue tomorrow. We'll see. I have no idea. I honestly just don't know. Scatter. Oh god, the roaches. You guys really ran with that, huh? Whew. Alrighty. Hello, my beloved. Oh, Max, my beloved. I have an inkling that this is a genuine good place to stop. But like, fuck my life, man. I don't wanna stop. After you have that big epic moment, how do I don't know. I don't wanna stop. Oh my god. I'm debating my life. I want to keep going. Yeah, I imagine it's gonna get really bad. I could just continue it tomorrow. I'm still debating. Hold on. I have to think logically. I cannot let my emotions get the better of me. Think logically, don't let your emotions get the better of you. Okay, so maybe now is a good stopping point because shit will just get insane from here. And I could just continue, finish it tomorrow, and I have no problem with that. But I could also keep playing now. Man, the debate is real. That's also true. I do have to consider my voice, and it do be dying, but I can... even though my voice is dying, I could still make it work. It's doable. Oh, it's genius. Get a new voice. Do you buy that in the black market or something? Can you buy new vocal cords on the black market? Is that like a thing? I'm sure. If oh, you buy it on Amazon. Oh, I didn't know that it was so readily available. Good to know. But I got food and everything. I feel like now I'm committed to continue my playthrough. Shit, chat. Fuck. I'm committed now. Use text to voice? No! That would make the stream a lot less fun. Because I'm pretty sure that you guys like the different voices, although that could be hilarious with text to speech, but not gonna do that because this is the end of the playthrough. Man, this is actually such a hard decision. My hype levels are through the roof. You guys know how hard this is? Okay. All right, I've made a decision. Oh. Thank you, Style, for gifting 5 subs to the community. I appreciate it. Okay. Here's the deal. I made a decision, but you guys have to promise me. I need this level of hype. I am riding on the waves of hype right now. So you have to promise me that tomorrow I will see you here. And we are going to keep and maintain this hype tomorrow. Is that a promise? Can I get your word? Because I need the hype train to be there tomorrow. Yes, ma'am. All right, 10 a.m. EST. 10 a.m. EST, chat. I shall see you then. That's a you pinky promised. Do I got all your pinkies? Okay, we're grabbing. Okay, I'm pretending. So I will see you promptly at the stroke of my pocket watch saying 10 a.m. tomorrow. I shall see you there. We will finish this game tomorrow.